Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to ask if everyone could, yes, please have a seat, or thank you. And those who may be going to the overflow section, we will be certain to let you know when to come down if you're speaking. Going to open the public board meeting for July 23rd, 2019. I'd like to have a motion to reopen the meeting. Commissioner Richardson, is there a second? Second. Commissioner Hassan, all those in favor, please. And so we have, okay. You know, this is not working for me tonight. Lynn? Thank you, Commissioner Lynn. I've got to remember all the names. It's been a long summer. Commissioner Lynn, McFadden, Hassan, Chenier, Reed, and Richardson. And I don't believe we have any no votes, and Commissioner Frank will be returning. Because of the recess from school right now, we do not have our normal, and thankfully, we do not have a normal list of students and or staff members who have passed this week. However, there are two individuals who are very important to our community who I would like for us to remember this evening. First is Miss Watina Coles, who recently passed. Her funeral services were this week. Ms. Coles was a longtime principal of the Bear School for many years. She was also at one time the supervisor in those days of the Special Education Division. And so we would like to remember her. We'd also like to remember Mr. Ed Rakowski, who was the founder and executive director at one time, I think the first executive director of the Patterson Park Charter Schools. So I'd ask if you would please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. And I'm going to thank that phone for the reminder that we should have all of our phones on silence, please. At this time, I would ask for a motion to approve the open session minutes from our previous meeting. So moved. Commissioner Hassan, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor? Commissioner Lynn, McFadden, Hassan, Chenier, Reed, Frank, and Richardson. Any opposed? And now I would ask for a motion to approve the minutes of the closed session, or the closed session summaries. Moved. Commissioner Hassan, is there a second? Commissioner Richardson, all those in favor? It's Commissioner McFadden, Hassan, Chenier, Reed, Frank, and Richardson. And I'm not counting Wells at 6. Are you counting? Thank you. As you notice this evening, our board chair, Commissioner Kashani, is not with us, and so I am chairing this meeting. We do wish her, we're wishing her a belated birthday because she had a birthday this week, and so we're hoping that she's enjoying that time. Summer is a pretty busy time, and many transitions are taking place. That we know that people are getting ready for schools to open. As you will listen to our agenda tonight, you'll see that some folks have been appointed through our PEP, but we also have some other important appointments that take place. And so I would like to introduce, and hopefully they are in the room or close by, if not, the new members of the 2019-2020 PCAB board. That's the Parent Community Advisory Board. So I'm recognizing the newly elected leadership, the chair, Shantae Guy. Thank you. Vice Chair, Jessica Fauntleroy. Ms. Fauntleroy here. Treasurer, Joseph Kane. And Secretary, Kimberly Asante. Thank you, Ms. Guy. Did you want to say anything?
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you so much to the commissioners and to Dr. Santelises. The executive committee of this academic year's PCAB is really excited about what we'll be undertaking this year, and it is on their behalf that I speak. We were able to step up our level of engagement with parents and community members last year, and we realized at the end of the academic year that we had a lot more work to do. This is the year that that work begins. Parents, community members, our children will see us step more into an advocacy role this year. You will see us in Annapolis. You will see us at City Hall petitioning for additional budget dollars for Baltimore City public school students to make sure that we create a framework of equity everywhere for our children. In preparing for that already, we've reached out to a lot of partner organizations, including Disability Rights Maryland, the Parent Teacher Association, the ACLU, the Baltimore Teachers Union, and many others. We are really looking forward to the opportunity to engage with principals and PTOs in a very different way. We're working with an intern this year who has been able to draft for us a list of all PTO presidents and all current principals. So principals should expect an email from us before the start of the academic year to find out how you want to be engaged in the process of making sure that you are aware of policies before they become a part of your programming and how you can contribute to the conversations associated with what implementation of those policies look like on the ground. We have created a MailChimp mailing list so that parents and community members can sign up and get updates from us. And finally, what we're doing to prepare for the year is the executive committee and I will be having our first official meeting at the end of this month to plan for the retreat for the entire Parent and Community Advisory Board so that we can plan out the rest of the year. I'm happy to take any questions from commissioners or Dr. Sanalisis at this time.
We don't have any, but congratulations, and we look forward to working with you this year. Okay, thank you. Next on our agenda is the nomination and election of the board chair and vice chair. I'd like to ask for the nomination for the board chair from Commissioner Reed.
Mike.
Push your mic.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Linda Chinia for chair of the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you. I accept this. I didn't want to say that. I accept. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Frank. All those in favor? I have to go through this. Commissioner Lynn, Commissioner McFadden, Hassan, I guess I'll vote, Chinya, Reed, Frank, and Richardson. Thank you.
Best wishes and God bless you.
We will all work together. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask for nomination for the board vice chair from Commissioner Hassan.
I would like to nominate Commissioner Janet Richardson.
Do you accept?
I do.
Is there a second? Commissioner Reed? Are there any questions or comments? If not, all those in favor of the nomination, may I please see by raise of hands. Commissioner Lynn, McFadden, Hassan, Chinya, Reed, Frank, and Richardson. Thank you. Congratulations. I would just publicly, as a start of this new this transition of leadership, is to first of all to thank our outgoing chair, Cheryl Kashani. I want to thank her for the example that she set for all of us in terms of her leadership of this board and really being certain that we had a laser focus on what it was that we needed to do as the board to support the work of our school system and to be certain that every student, every parent, every staff member had the resources necessary for us to be successful. And so following her lead, I know, and I will, in already talking with Commissioner Richardson, we are pledging that we will be continuing with that and that we really are going to be looking in terms of our own accountability in doing all that we need to do to be certain that our system is successful. So again, thank you for your support and encouragement, and thank you for feeling that we could do this job, and we will make you proud. As a publicly funded entity, it is essential that the Baltimore City Public Schools and the Board of School Commissioners provide assurance that the impartiality and independent judgment of our leaders and employees will be maintained at all times. Because public confidence and trust is eroded when the conduct of public business is subject to even the appearance of improper influence, the board, through its code of ethics, requires themselves and designated district employees to disclose their financial affairs and to set minimum standards for all employees for their conduct of school system business. As you can imagine, no code or policy can describe the appropriate ethical behavior for every situation. So it is important that whenever a difficult situation arises that is not directly addressed by this policy, the individual can seek counsel from the ethics panel. Andrew Flax was appointed to the ethics panel in 2015, and he has served as ethics panel chair for the past 3 years. In that time, he has reviewed and approved over 55 advisory opinion requests by providing an annual report for the past 4 years of the 600-plus financial disclosure submittals from the board, the CEO, and district staff. Andy has provided exemplary service throughout his tenure, rendering opinions on complex ethical issues while maintaining a perspective of objectivity, thoughtful consideration, and strict adherence to both the spirit and the letter of the ethics policy. And while those decisions are not easy and sometimes not popular, there has never been a doubt that the opinions of the ethics panel under Andy Flax's leadership were rendered in conformity with the ethics policy as interpreted in a spirit of professionalism and integrity. I am very pleased to take this opportunity to publicly thank Andy Flax for his public service, dedication, and very hard work on behalf of city schools and the board, and for his successful efforts to maintain an environment of public trust and confidence throughout his tenure as chairman of the ethics panel. We thank him for a difficult job well done and wish him well in his future endeavors. Mr. Flax.
It means that much more to me to serve the school system and to serve the parents and the teachers and the administration in this role. It takes a village, and I couldn't do it without Tanisha Moore and Christian Gant, who kept me on track, Sally Robinson and Marlon Dante Blue from the Office of Legal Services, who kept me very honest, and the support of this Board of Commissioners, the Superintendent, CEO, and panel members past and present. In fact, the new chairman is sitting back there, Dominic Smith, and I appreciate him coming out to honor me on this day. And again, keep fighting the good fight, and we'll get through all of this. Thank you so much.
This is, again, as I mentioned, all the transitions, this is one of the nice parts of the year where we get to recognize folks for many different things. And so now moving from the end of the appointment for our ethics panel to recognizing some employees who have retired with 30-plus years of experience and service to the Baltimore City Public Schools. And if any of you are here, please, if you will stand and come forward as I read about you. Gloria Smith began working with Baltimore City Public Schools on March 11, 1970. She most recently served as a pre-kindergarten paraeducator for Gwynns Falls Elementary School. Gloria Smith faithfully served the children of Baltimore City Public Schools for 49.30 years.
Just say another 0.7.
Cassandra Moore began working with Baltimore City Public Schools on October 1st, 1979. She most recently served as an assistant principal for Hilton Elementary. Cassandra Moore faithfully served the children of Baltimore City Public Schools for 39.75 years. Is she here? Okay, they're out celebrating these retirements. That was. Margot Young began working with Baltimore City Public Schools on November 7, 1980. She most recently served as secondary teacher for Baltimore Polytechnic Institute. Margot Young faithfully served the children of the Baltimore City Public Schools for 38.61 years. Doris Coleman Brown began working with the Baltimore City Public Schools on November 10, 1981. She most recently served as special education teacher for Vanguard Collegiate Middle School. Doris Coleman Brown faithfully served the children of Baltimore City Public Schools for 37.63 years. She is. Do I have her? We have her. Ask Christian where the certificates
No,
are. She's
actually,
come forward.
if you could come forward, because we have a certificate
Yes,
for
Ms.
you.
Brown. But I don't know where the certificates.
So if you just stand right there, and we'll.
Yes. Get them.
The others will join you.
Yes. Gail Levy began working in the Baltimore City Public Schools on March 7, 1977. She most recently served as psychologist for Falstaff Elementary Middle School. Gail Levy faithfully served the children of Baltimore City Public Schools for 42.31 years. Janet English began working in Baltimore City Public Schools on March 28, 1978, and she most recently served as a pre-K paraeducator for Arundel Elementary. Janet English faithfully served our children in the Baltimore City Public Schools for 41.26 years. Congratulations. And Lynn Savage began working with the Baltimore City Public Schools on October 6, 1980. She most recently served as IEP Team Associate for Pimlico Elementary Middle School. Lynn Savage faithfully served the children of Baltimore City Public Schools for 38.73 years. Yeah, we have the. Did anyone bring the certificate?
Jim Brennan goes on vacation.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Okay.
Well, we will find it, and Miss English.
Take the photo now.
In the meantime.
Grab Christian. Hand him a mic.
Eleanor Bennett, 44.9 years, retiring from Gardenville Elementary.
Christian. They were trying to get your attention.
For all of you in the audience who are very, very young, the neat part about this list was at least 3 or 4 names here were people that I worked with when I was in the system, so I felt good.
Well, and I will just say, as somebody who is not that young who's in the room, they beat me too.
The last thing that I would like to do this evening in terms of the board chair comments is to acknowledge a gift of 125 jackets from Under Armour given to school principals and district leaders at the heart of the school holiday celebration. We want to thank Under Armour, who has been a great partner for our system. Okay, at this time, we will move to the approval for the personnel and quasi-judicial matters. Is there a motion to approve the personnel, the PEP, and the quasi-judicial matters?
Is there one being pulled?
Yes, we have, but has that already been removed? It's been deferred. 3.04 has been deferred. Is there a second? Was Commissioner Richardson made the motion? Is there a second? Commissioner Hassan? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Commissioner McFadden, Hassan, Chinya, Reed, Frank, and Richardson. Any opposed? Thank you. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Santelises.
Thank you, Commissioner Chinia. And I should say, and congratulations again, Board Chair Chinia. If I could invite Chief Grant Skinner forward for tonight's PEP agenda.
I'll start by saying if you are here to be recognized for your appointment or reassignment and you are in the overflow room, I hope that you will see me here and come on over so you can stand as I read your name and be recognized. We have a long list tonight in part because I will be publicly sharing the appointments and reassignments from the June 25th special board meeting. We wanted people to be able to come tonight and be recognized at a regular board meeting as well as individuals on tonight's PEP. So again, if I read your name and you're here, you can stand up and we'll recognize you. First, Jenna Shaw, currently Educational Associate, is appointed Educational Specialist to Academics, effective July 24th. Alexis Suskin Sperry, currently Principal Resident, is appointed Assistant Principal at Patterson Park Public Charter School, effective July 24th. Allison Gregory, currently Coordinator, Networked Improvement Communities, is appointed Assistant Principal at Francis Scott Key Elementary Middle School, effective July 29th. Ekaterina Denisova, currently a teacher at Carver Vocational Technical High School, is appointed Assistant Principal at Western High School, effective August 19th. Jason Jefferson, currently Educational Specialist to SST, is appointed Assistant Principal at Excel Academy at Francis M. Wood High School, effective July 24th. Janae Tolston, currently teacher at City Springs Elementary Middle School, is appointed Assistant Principal at City Springs Elementary Middle School, effective July 24th. Jeremy Slack, currently Analyst for Scheduling and Grade Reporting, is appointed Assistant Principal at Vivian T. Thomas Medical Arts Academy High School, effective August 1st. Jerry Somerville, lead teacher at Digital Harbor High School, is appointed Assistant Principal at Fort Worthington Elementary, effective July 24th. Justin Holbrook, currently a principal resident, is appointed assistant principal at Lakeland Elementary Middle School, effective July 24th. Kelly Wilhelm, educational associate at Beachfield Elementary Middle School, is appointed assistant principal at Beachfield, effective July 24th. Sarah Kraus, currently teacher at Liberty Elementary School, is appointed assistant principal at Liberty, effective July 24th. Siobhan Newkirk, assistant principal at the Friends School, is appointed assistant principal at Mergenthaler Vocational Technical High School, effective July 24th. Tawanda Coalfield, currently head of school at the Flex School, is appointed principal resident at Liberty Elementary and Hazelwood Elementary Middle. Georgina A., currently principal in Baltimore County Public Schools, is appointed academic content liaison for literacy, effective August 5th. Lisa Smith, manager of school operations and support, is appointed director, student and school operations and support, effective July 24th. Eileen Brown, currently Associate Counsel for Labor and Employee Relations, is appointed Director of Fair Practices and Compliance, effective August 5th. Lisa Brown, Principal at New Song Academy, is reassigned Principal at Stewart Hill Achievement Academy, effective July 24th. Taisha Swinton, Principal at NACA Freedom and Democracy Academy 2, is reassigned Interim Principal at Digital Harbor High School, effective July 24th. Dr. Lynette Washington, currently Interim Chief Operations Officer, is appointed Chief Operations Officer, effective July 24th. Nina Muzone, a principal resident at Baltimore City College High School, is assigned to continue as a principal resident, effective July 24th. And now we're in past tense back to the June 25th special board meeting, PEP. Laura Jones, manager of teaching and learning, was appointed director of teaching and learning operations, effective July 1st. Ashley Brown, LEAP lead instructional teacher at DC Public Schools, was appointed assistant principal at Mergenthaler Vocational Technical High School, effective July 1st. Danielle Anderson, educational associate at KIPP Harmony, was appointed assistant principal at KIPP Harmony, effective July 1st. Joseph Holland, special education director at Newtown High School, was appointed assistant principal at National Academy Foundation High School, effective July 1st. Shomari Zachary, regional academic coach for Prince George's County Public Schools, was appointed assistant principal at Pimlico Elementary Middle School, effective July 1st. Yatunde Reeves was principal at Cesar Chavez Public Charter School, was appointed principal at Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School, effective July 1st. Valise Afalabi, Director of Training and Community Relations for the Baltimore City Office of Child Support Enforcement, was appointed Academic Content Liaison for Early Literacy, effective July 8th. Joseph Eldridge, secondary teacher at Green Street Academy, was appointed Principal Resident at Glenmount Elementary Middle School and Patterson Park Public Charter School, effective July 1st. Nina Johnson, teacher at Empowerment Academy, was appointed principal resident at Patterson Park Public Charter School and Glenmount Elementary Middle, effective July 1st. Charlotte Voss, assistant principal at Baltimore Design School, was appointed principal resident at Kelvin M. Rodwell Elementary Middle School and Lakeland Elementary Middle School, effective July 1st. Karen Starlipper, teacher, special education teacher at the Reach Partnership School, was appointed principal resident at Lakeland and Kelvin M. Rodwell, effective July 1st. Tanera Pitts, assistant principal at Francis Scott Key Elementary Middle School, was appointed principal resident at North Bend Elementary Middle. And Mary Ann Winterling, effective July 1st. Monica McLean, principal resident at Bluford Drew Jemison Academy West, was appointed principal at Edgecombe Circle Elementary Middle School, effective July 1st. Teresa Ware, principal in the Chief of Schools Office, was appointed interim principal at Collington Square Elementary School, effective July 1st. Bertrand Chaumi, assistant principal at Baltimore International Academy, was appointed principal at Baltimore International Academy West, effective July 1st. Julia Kennel, secondary teacher at Mount Royal Elementary Middle School, was appointed assistant principal at Mount Royal, effective July 1st. Patience Belhine, lead teacher at North Bend Elementary Middle School, was appointed assistant principal at North Bend, effective July 1st. Heather Hilty, educational associate at Halliburd Elementary Middle School, was appointed assistant principal at Halliburd, effective July 1st. Erica Gravett, a staff specialist for Title I, was appointed assistant principal at Leithwalk Elementary Middle School, effective July 1st. Natalie Peoples, academic content liaison for mathematics, was appointed assistant principal at Dr. Bernard Harris Senior Elementary School, effective July 1st. Tanya Nika Lipscomb, principal at Stuart Hill Academic Academy, was reassigned principal at Wildwood, effective July 1st. Laura Schultz, assistant principal at Mergenthaler Vocational Technical High School, was reassigned assistant principal at Frederick Douglass High School, effective July 1st. Melissa Smith, assistant principal at Excel Academy, was reassigned assistant principal at Renaissance Academy High School, effective July 1st. Venus Jackson, principal resident from Commodore John Rogers Elementary Middle School, was reassigned principal resident at the Reach Partnership School, effective July 1st. Kimberly Sollers, principal at Edgewood Elementary, was reassigned manager of school operations support, effective July 1st. Job Grotsky, Director of Social Emotional Learning, Climate, and Wellness, was reassigned Assistant Principal at Curtis Bay Elementary Middle School, effective July 1st. Sherelle Barnes, Principal at Wildwood, was reassigned Principal at Edgewood Elementary, effective July 1st. Patrick McDonald, Assistant Principal at Fort Worthington, was reassigned Assistant Principal at Angela Y. Davis Leadership Academy, effective July 1st. Tracy Durant, Director of Equity, was reassigned to Executive Director of Equity, effective July 1st. Jenny Wu, Special Assistant to the CEO, was reassigned to Director, Executive Strategy and Operations, effective July 1st. John Land, Executive Director of Operations, was reassigned to Director of Operations, effective July 1st. Devin Johnson, Principal at Collington Square Elementary Middle School, was reassigned as Special Education Liaison, effective July 1st. Jessica Wilson, Director of Strategy and Compliance, was reassigned to Director of Academic Operations, effective July 1st. Lori Hines, Director of Suspension Services, was reassigned to Director of Student Conduct and Attendance, effective July 1st. Eric Banzak, Coordinator of Restorative Practices, was reassigned to Coordinator of Student Wholeness, effective July 1st. Katia Stokes, a Coordinator, was reassigned to Coordinator of Student Wholeness, effective July 1st. And the final ones are just mostly title changes, a few. Alicia Good, Educational Specialist 2 for Guidance, was reassigned to Educational Specialist 2 for School Counseling. Ernestine Holly, Educational Specialist 2 OSEMIC, was reassigned to Educational Specialist 2 for Discipline. Alan Paragon, Coordinator of OSEMIC, was reassigned to Coordinator of Special Education Support, Compliance Investigations. Charles Brooks, Educational Specialist 2, IEP Development and Implementation, was reassigned to Educational Specialist 2 for Special Education Support. Sean Lyles, Educational Specialist 2, IEP Development and Implementation, was reassigned to Educational Specialist 2, Special Education Support. And finally, Eugene Chong-Kui, Educational Specialist for Career and College Readiness, was reassigned to Educational Specialist for Transition for Special Populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Grant Skinner. As has become our, I won't say custom, but our practice, I will also just ask for any principals that are present. There will be some that aren't, folks that have been appointed principal, and to senior level central positions. I will give a bit of an additional blurb because I think it's important for people to know some of the background of folks who will be leading our schools. So first, Dr. Lipscomb, who is now officially the principal of Wildwood Elementary Middle. Has she gone already? Just like a principal. She cut out. She's got other things to do. She has served as principal at Stewart Hill Academic Academy for 10 years. During this time, she has demonstrated her ability to bring families and communities together to benefit students and their growth. Under her leadership, Stewart Hill Academic Academy has seen a decrease in suspensions and an increase in academic outcomes. Dr. Lipscomb has expanded her impact by leading a principal professional learning community over the last year and a half, and we are very excited for her transition to Wildwood. Dr. Yatunde Reeves, principal of Dunbar High School, comes to Baltimore City Schools from Cesar Chavez Schools in D.C., where she served as the principal of Prep Middle School. Previously, she was principal of Ballou High School in Washington, D.C. Dr. Reeves first became involved in education as a volunteer history teacher in New Orleans while pursuing her undergraduate degree at the University of New Orleans. Dr. Reeves worked in urban schools in Los Angeles, Oakland, and Washington, D.C. for over 2 decades, ensuring that urban students college have access to post-secondary success through college or career opportunities. Dr. Reeves holds a bachelor's degree in art, master's degrees in teaching and educational leadership, and a doctorate in educational leadership. Principal McLean, now principal of Edgecombe Circle Elementary School, enters the principalship after spending the last school year as a principal resident in City Schools' Aspiring Principals Program. Prior to that role, she served as Director of Climate and Culture at Afia Public Charter School and has had a number of teacher and school leadership roles during her 15 years in City Schools. As someone who has always wanted to teach, Principal McLean entered the field of education because of a pre-K teacher that had tremendous impact on her life. She holds a bachelor's degree from the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, a master's of arts in teaching, and a master's in educational studies with a dual concentration in urban education and administration and supervision from the Johns Hopkins University. Sure. No, you should. I'm sorry, I'm speaking so fast, but feel free to clap over in between. Interim Principal Ware at Collington Square Elementary Middle School has been with City Schools for 6 years, serving as a Title I coordinator, an educational specialist in the Office of Transformation and Turnaround, a literacy academic content liaison, and as a principal on assignment in the Chief of Schools office. In this last role, she supported Pimlico Elementary Middle School extensively in the 2018-19 school year. Ms. Ware began her career in education 29 years ago and has been a reading specialist, staff development specialist, and Reading First regional specialist for MSDE. Ms. Ware holds a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Maryland, Eastern Shore, a master's degree in reading education from Bowie State University, and she has completed her educational leadership training at Towson State University. And Principal Bertram, you're going to have to tell me, Chikumi, am I saying it? Tell me again? Chumi, thank you. Make me say your name right. That's what I tell everybody. Principal Chumi, who is the founding principal at Baltimore International Academy West, is a 13-year veteran of city schools, a former journalist and World Press Institute fellow. He became an educator after he immigrated to the United States. After teaching French, Vive la France, and becoming a school administrator, he served as assistant principal at Baltimore International Academy Elementary Middle School, the International Baccalaureate World School, and Multi-Language Immersion School, from which BIA West was replicated. He holds a bachelor's degree in French Modern Letters and a master's degree in African Literature, a master's degree in Educational Leadership, and he is currently a doctoral candidate in Urban Education Leadership at Morgan State University. Congratulations. Dr. Sherelle Barnes, current principal of Edgewood Elementary School, has worked in Baltimore City Schools for 8 years. She has previously served as the principal of Lyndhurst Elementary and Wildwood Elementary Middle Schools. As a second-generation educator, she has worked as a teacher and master educator in Florida, Georgia, and Washington, D.C. Dr. Barnes holds a bachelor's degree from Florida A&M University and a master's degree from Nova Southeastern University, both in early childhood education, along with a doctorate from Florida State University in science education. Congratulations. Let's see, did I get this? Principal Brown of Stewart Hill Academic Academy is a native Baltimorean and a proud Western High School alum. Over a 21-year career, she has been a teacher, mentor, family and community engagement specialist, district network team leader, and principal. Most recently, she held the position of principal at New Song Academy, where she worked to serve the awesome students, staff, and families in the Sandtown Winchester community. She holds a bachelor's degree from Morgan State University and a master's degree from Notre Dame of Maryland University. Congratulations, Principal Brown. Principal Swinton of Digital Harbor High School was born and raised in New York, pursued her passion for secondary English education at Susquehanna University, and earned a master's degree in educational leadership from Drexel University. For the last 2 years, she has served as principal of NACA Freedom and Democracy Academy II. Previously, she was an assistant principal and lead English teacher in Newark, New Jersey. She is currently enrolled in Drexel University's Education Leadership Doctoral Program. Congratulations, Principal Swinton. And then finally, to round things out, Dr. Tracy Durant, as the Executive Director of Equity, came to City Schools last fall as Director of Equity. During her tenure thus far, she has successfully led a team of task force members to develop the district's recently adopted racial equity policy, I will add in record time. Prior to joining City Schools, Dr. Durant worked for Baltimore County Schools Maryland, nonprofits, Community College of Baltimore County, and the College Bound Foundation. She serves on several boards here in Baltimore City and is the chair of the Chimes Foundation and Child First Authority boards. She holds a bachelor's degree from Sojourner Douglas College, master's degree from Coppin State University, and a doctoral degree from Morgan State University. We continue to be pleased that she is with us, and congratulations, Dr. Durant. And then, the last two are particularly special to me only because these are two individuals who I get to work very closely with and who probably know me better than most, and to take my push and pull. And in Dr. Wu's case, when I can't rant publicly, she is usually the one that gets to hear it and calm me down. Dr. Jenny Wu, as our new Director for Executive Strategy and Operations, began her career in education as a high school science teacher in Los Angeles. After seeing the systemic inequities that were negatively impacting her students of color firsthand as a teacher, and as an immigrant whose parents moved to the U.S. solely so that Jenny could get a high-quality education, she knew that she could not stand by and allow students of color to continue to be shortchanged by a system that was designed to fail them. Jenny then shifted her career to effect change at the district level, working in New York and then the school district of Philadelphia on strategic planning and systemic shifts to ensure success for each student. Most recently, Dr. Wu served in one of the hardest positions in the district as the special assistant to the CEO here in city schools. She holds a bachelor's degree from Stanford University and a doctorate in education from Teachers College, Columbia University. And I can honestly say, my life, I would not be nearly as successful if I did not find Jenny Wu when I arrived back in Baltimore City Schools. Congratulations, Jenny. And then finally, and she's acting like she can't see me, and that's okay, Dr. Lynette Boswell-Washington. Before serving as our interim chief operating officer for the last year, she was executive director of facilities here in city schools. Before that, she was our director of facilities planning, where she, for the first time, increased our standing with the state and helped guard us against many of the accusations of mismanagement of funds, of not being able to maintain our buildings. When Lynette arrived here, she turned that around, and within a year or two, that argument was no longer able to be made because of the gains that we saw in our state rankings. She served as division chief of strategic planning and research for Baltimore City Planning Department and served in federal government roles in public infrastructure and construction planning. She holds bachelor's and master's degrees in urban and regional planning from Ball State University, a master's degree in urban design from University of Michigan, and a doctorate in urban and regional planning and design from the University of Maryland. I can say that with Dr. Washington leading our operations team, we have seen record turnaround both in responsiveness as well as in effectiveness. My younger daughter, who someday wants to be an architect, what I tell her is that our current, now permanent, chief operating officer was trained as an architect, and despite being pushed by her faculty who are upset that she did not pursue a career in academia, I say on a daily basis, thanks to God and to her husband, that she is our chief operating officer. Congratulations, Dr. Washington. Okay, yes, now you can leave. That was nice.
Time for a scratch break.
Congratulations, everyone, and welcome to City Schools, either back or in a new position. Or congratulations, retirees. I wish I were with you. I do, it's great. They're going on to a great gig to retire. All right. As folks flood out, we're going to begin this evening. I'm going to ask our Project Select partners, which stands for Student Engagement, Lunchroom Environment, and Culinary Training. They develop and implement local training and technical assistance to school nutrition professionals regarding food service operations, culinary skills, and smarter lunchroom strategies in middle schools. Project Select is being piloted in several counties in Maryland, including city schools, as a partnership between the Maryland State Department of Education, Maryland's Food Supplement Nutrition Education Program at University of Maryland Extension, the University of Maryland School of Medicine, and participating LEAs. I am very pleased to welcome Megan Lopes and Chella Cooper from MSDE, Erin Bowman from the Food Supplement Nutrition Education Program at University of Maryland Extension, and I think is it Stanya? Thank you. I'm glad I got it right. And Stanya Watson from City Schools Food and Nutrition Services to tell us more about Project Select.
Good evening. My name is Chella Cooper. I'm from the Maryland State Department of Education. Megan Loach was unable to join me this evening, but I bring greetings.
Could you turn your mic on? I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Oh, look, it's on. Good evening. My name is Chella Cooper. I'm from the Maryland State Department of Education. Megan Loach was unable to join us this evening, but I bring greetings from the Maryland State Department of Education Office of School and Community Nutrition Programs. I'm here today in my role as the MSDE Program Lead for Project Select in Baltimore City. Before I proceed, I'd like to disclose that I've previously attended meetings of this board in my role as a resident of Baltimore City, an employee of Baltimore City Public Schools, and a member of Union Local 44. While I remain a resident of Baltimore City, my employment with City Schools and affiliation with Local 44 ended in January 2017 when I began working for the state of Maryland. Decisions regarding selection of specific schools and school systems which participated in this state and federally funded project were not made by me, and I have nothing further to disclose. All right, can I have the clicker? Okay. So for the past 2 years, MSDE has partnered with 5 school systems in Maryland, including Baltimore City Public Schools, for a statewide initiative known as Project Select. Funded by a team nutrition training grant from the United States Department of Agriculture, the primary goal of Project Select is to increase student selection and consumption of vegetables in the National School Lunch Program. To achieve this goal, Project Select was designed to leverage partnerships and resources which already exist within your school system and within the state of Maryland. Training and technical assistance in the area of food service operations, culinary skills, and cafeteria marketing strategies were provided to support the professional development goals for your Food and Nutrition Service Department under the leadership of Liz Marquetta. Additional components of the project included a nutrition education toolkit to support curriculum goals and support of student and family wellness engagement to enhance the student nutrition environment. Project Select actively engaged partnerships within your school system, from central district staff to school-based administrators and school-level staff. Additionally, Maryland State Agency partners from the University of Maryland and from the Food Supplement Nutrition Education Program through the University of Maryland Extension provided resources, training, and support to city school staff. It's my honor and my pleasure to introduce the outstanding training team for Project Select in Baltimore City. Stanya Watson is a trained chef and regional manager with your Food and Nutrition Services at City Schools, and Aaron Bowman is a Smarter Lunchrooms assistant from the University of Maryland Extension, Food Supplement Nutrition Education.
We can try to get some additional seats as well. I mean, you don't have to, or you can kind of sit there and come up. Are we missing seats?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are. That's why. Thank you. Thank you, Liz.
Hi, everyone. I'm Erin Bowman, and I have had the pleasure of working with Project Select for the past 2 years. I want to start off by highlighting some of the amazing work of our cafeteria teams. Through trainings and technical assistance visits, they have been learning how to make changes to the cafeteria environment in order to promote selection and consumption of fruits and vegetables. Here we have Montebello Elementary Middle and Hamilton Elementary Middle improving visibility of fruits and vegetables using colorful trays and baskets. And here we have John Rura and Commodore John Rogers increasing convenience, enhancing taste expectations, and utilizing suggestive selling with the baskets and the plates of the day. Our most exciting project, though, was a salad competition. Each school cafeteria team learned about salads and designed their own over the course of school year 18-19. Meanwhile, we were also engaging student leaders to refine the rollout. we debuted the salads by hosting a tasting day at each of the 4 schools. Students served all 4 salads to other students and gathered their feedback. The winning salad will be on the menu district-wide this coming year. Here you can see Commodore John Rogers' social media post sharing the success of the day with their families and the students gathering feedback from each other as they taste the salads. We saw this peer-to-peer model transform the lunch experience. Not only were the students tasting salads that had been created by the teams who know them best, but they were being given an opportunity for a voice in their lunch experience. To share her perspective on the experience, I'm going to hand it over to J.O. White, who was essential in making this project possible for Hamilton Elementary Middle.
Hi, I'm Jaya White, and I served as president of Hamilton Elementary Middle School, SGA, in the school year 18-19 when I was in 8th grade. And this fall, I will be attending Baltimore City College. And I'm going to talk to you today about why student involvement matters. My SGA secretary, Kayla Dyer, and I helped out with the Project Select salad competition. The experience overall was a success, and the most important thing about this project was the feedback that we received. The younger children, they had a lot to say about the salads, some good, some bad, but the most important thing about their feedback was the people who they were communicating with. Being an SGA president means you have to be familiar with your students and with your school and make sure that they're comfortable with you. If the little children are not familiar with you, they will not share how they feel, at all. So I had to take my time and get to know them on a personal level so they can come to me whenever they need it to share their thoughts. I got the chance to work with the elementary student as my assistant, and her feedback was A-class, overall the best. She was the biggest supporter of the Project Select salad competition, and she was the main one who told me to get to know what the little children think about it, and they'll be here for the rest of their elementary and middle school experience, so it is important for them to have a say in what we're doing. So, in conclusion, the menu change should be a permanent act and not just a one-time thing. And for that to happen, I think the student leaders should be involved more. And there's no specific age for them to be involved and have an impact on anything. Thank you.
Hello. As Jaya said, starting a conversation about nutrition and school meals is vital to improve the satisfaction among our students. As a culinary trainer for Project Select, my goal is to give our food nutrition staff the tools and knowledge to produce high-quality meals and the ability to engage with our students about their options. The staff from the piloted schools worked on visual appeal. Here we go. They worked on visual appeal of food and displays, such as uniformity, building salads, knife skills, cooking with professional cooking techniques, and displaying fruits with contrasting colors. We also worked on creating excitement around the food with garnish and food art. It's also vital that we communicate with our students about how their meals are prepared and what flavors they should expect. Increasing engagement with our students helps us guide them towards a healthier choice. The display plates and professional cooking techniques help us to increase our options as well as our quality. Moving forward, we want to sustain all of these goals by providing yearly culinary training to all of our food nutrition staff, will ultimately create satisfaction among our students, parents, and administration. Thank you.
I am so sorry. I was looking at something and didn't hear the very end. Were you asking me? to respond? Or,
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I'll get better. Are there any questions or comments from board members?
So this sounds awesome. I'm wondering if you have plans for expansion or plans to seek out recipe options and include individuals in competitions that are from some of our immigrant communities to help bring different flavors into our menus.
Yes, so currently we are planning on doing the yearly culinary training every year just to get our staff to the level that they need to be to provide the high quality meals. And we're also doing taste testings periodically throughout all the schools to find new menu items and to get the feedback from the students as to what they really like in the community.
So it's not just the schools that were highlighted here that are participating.
For the Project Select, it was just the piloted 4 schools, but moving forward, it will be the entire district.
Perfect, thank you.
Anyone else? I want to thank you all. I especially, I think that's why I was sort of mesmerized, because I was really so happy to hear the SGA president. And I don't know, city has some competition coming with student leadership here. But it was just wonderful to hear what you said. And I also, I heard the thing that really stuck out to me was the fact that you said you were listening to what the younger students had to say, because they do have lots to say and we need to listen. So thank you so much for both of you for
Can I
your
ask one?
leadership. Yes, Commissioner.
I just one question. The younger kids are listening to you guys. What about the parents? How are they listening to the kids? Because, kids can take home some of the training that they get in terms of nutrition. Is it basically filtering through to the parents where the kids are bringing better lunches and better breakfasts, that kind of thing?
Would you like to take that one about the, it's for jail?
Do you influence your mom or your family?
Oh, yes, I do.
Do you want to talk a little bit about how
No.
you... Okay.
Well, I just want to thank you all for your work and for coming this evening. This is very exciting. I will say, I was looking at the pictures of all the displays and I was thinking, oh yeah, this definitely makes me want to eat fruit. So, nicely done. Thank you. And then finally, Madam Chair and Board, one of the items being presented for board discussion this evening is a new policy on employee evaluations. Our district blueprint describes the importance of a comprehensive system of support and evaluation designed to support continuous improvement in classroom practice and student achievement. Tonight's proposed policy and regulations codify components of evaluations and related supports. This includes procedures for creating individual development plans each year, standards for training evaluators, flexibility to evaluate high-performing employees semi-annually instead of annually, expectations for in-person feedback conferences, and the incorporation of unannounced formal observations of teachers. Over the last 2 months, the regulation allowing for unannounced formal observations has been a source of much discussion and a level of controversy. Tonight's proposal takes into account many suggestions for improvement that were made during those discussions. In June, I met with the group of first-year teachers, and when we discussed the plan to incorporate unannounced formal observations in teacher evaluations, I heard concerns. When we talked this through, admittedly over dinner, I found that there are ways to provide guideposts and parameters that ensure we get the most accurate picture of performance at a point in time while making the process as fair as possible. Through continued input and feedback, many improvements were made, including parameters informed by teachers and the administrators who evaluate them. I believe we can make the changes we need to build a better evaluation system, including more authentic observations of practice, so that our teachers and their students can continue to grow. That concludes my remarks for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move, I'm going to make one slight change in terms of, we were going to try piloting a little change in our agenda, but because of the the length of our celebrations, which are really wonderful, I think we're going to move that one information item to after we go through the public comments and the consent agenda. But before doing that, there is another person in the audience that I failed to acknowledge with the retirements. Benjaline Moore, I understand, is here. Please stand, and we want to congratulate you. Thank you for serving the students of Baltimore City Public Schools for 35 years. Thank you and congratulations.
Are we going to do it?
Is he?
Do you have time for us to shake your hand and take a picture? Yes. We'll do it real quick.
Stephen, if you're in the hallway. If not,
Someone, we have
got it.
cell phone. At this time, I'm just going to do the review of the consent agenda. We're not voting at this time. I'm going through it in case there are some items that come up, and during public comment, you may want to pull additional ones. So we will start with items 8.1, waiver request. Item 8.02, it's another waiver request. Item 8.03, the proposed academic calendar. Item 8.04.
4, 5, and 6.
Okay.
Clarity in terms of the.
All right, those are three budget amendment requests, and the request is for more clarity around these requests, please. We are also pulling items 8.07, 08, 09, 010, and 11. Those are supplemental appropriations. We're pulling just for some information for the public around these items, since they are related to the Kerwin Commission funding for the school system. In procurements, item 12.01, Baltimore School for the Arts Foundation. 12.02, School Mental Health. 12.03, the Literacy Lab. 12.04, AARP Foundation. 12.05, Bell Foundation. 12.06, Reading Partners. 12.07, the YMCA of Central Maryland. 12.08, Code in the Schools. 12.09, Humanium Incorporated. 12.10, UMBC. 12.11, Amplify. 12.12, which is also Amplify Literacy Assessment. 12.13, Associated Catholic Charities. 12.14, Loyola University. 12.15, Voyager. 12.16, Riverside Insights. 12.17, Judy Centers. 12.18, Baltimore City Mayor's Office of Employment Development. 13.01, Baltimore City Health Department. 13.02, Carry Sales. 14.01, Verizon. 15.01 train company. 15.02 taxi cab services. 15.03 vehicle fleet management services. 16.01 Colleen Rays.
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull that for a vote.
Ready? 16.02 new teacher project. 17.01 NCS Pearson. All right, do I need to review the ones that were pulled, or we're okay?
No, that's just to let staff know so we can move on to public comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at this point, we will move to public comment, and we will start with those organizations that will have 5 minutes for public comments. And the first is the Public School Administrators and Supervisors Association, PAZZA.
Commissioner, I'm going to take advantage of my age real quick. You and I have gone a long way together. From 1970. Congratulations.
I missed it.
Thank you. I'd like to start off by saying I thought it was very important that I be here this evening. I was on vacation. I came back last night so I could speak this evening concerning some major issues that our principals have. I have been president of this union for some 18 years now. I have never shown any disrespect to any member of any union, and I will not start that tonight. But there are some major issues and concerns that our principals have as far as unannounced observations for teachers. And I look around the room and I see a few signs saying, treat our teachers fairly. I agree with that 100%, as long as we treat our students fairly and give them the type of education that they need. I usually don't read from comments that have been given to me. I usually speak from my heart. But it's important that I read some of these comments tonight because they come directly from principals. And I'm speaking for principals tonight. And it is important that this board knows that every principal in this system supports unannounced formal observations. They support it for many reasons, and I'm just going to read a few of those. Principals have sent letters to every single one of you, every board member, supporting unannounced observations for teachers. There are many teachers that understand the need for planning every day instead of a dog and pony show every 2 years. That has to stop. I remember when I was a teacher, and I will sit here and be very honest with you. When I knew that the principal was coming in to observe me, I put on a show. But I learned in my some 50 years in this system, it's not necessary. I need to dedicate my entire educational life to the children in this system. Principals do not want unannounced observations to hassle teachers. That's the last thing they want. They want unannounced observations so teachers can be prepared every single day. And it's not just those 2 days out of a year when they go in for observations. There are, again, I'm reading comments from principals right now. These are not coming from me. There are teachers that are not giving children the type of quality education that they deserve. Let me emphasize, the majority of our teachers are excellent teachers, but there are some that we need to look very closely at, and that's what principals are feeling right now. So it is imperative that we have a realistic picture of how our teachers are performing daily. This is one teachers are opposed to unannounced formal observations. I say this to you, only teachers that are opposed to unannounced observations are the ones that are not doing a professional job during the course of...
That's nonsense, dude. That's absolutely nonsense.
I said I would take the knives in my back, and I have no problem with that.
100% of my students pass the AP test every year.
I am speaking from principals and what they have told to me. Now, like I said, these are not my personal comments. I'm speaking from individuals that I represent, and they are emphatic. They want unannounced formal evaluations. And I thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Giddings.
Okay.
Our next group is the Baltimore Teachers Union, I believe, Melissa McDonald. And please, okay, I have, please let us know who's here. I have Melissa McDonald listed, but, okay.
We are here from the Baltimore Teacher Union to voice the strong opposition of teacher-level staff to the section of proposed policy GCO-RD, which introduces unannounced observations into the formal evaluation process. When you read the proposed policy GCO-RD, it states that the purpose of the regulation is to observe practice in alignment of district expectations, promote authentic assessments of performance, and create opportunities for feedback and support. The proposed change to allow unannounced formal observations would significantly undermine these goals. Unannounced formal observations will not result in a more authentic assessment of performance, and this is supported by research. In city schools, if a principal wants an authentic view of classroom practice, they are currently free at any time to enter a teacher's classroom. Nothing stops a principal from observing a teacher without prior notice and giving that teacher feedback or putting them on a performance improvement plan based on what he or she sees. More time in classrooms and more training, support, and accountability for principals will make their evaluations a more authentic representation of practice. Turning every principal visit into a high-stakes environment will not. Instead of providing more feedback for teachers, this policy provides more punishment. A teacher's annual evaluation can affect their pay, certification, and future professional opportunities. Professional growth has the ability to deeply benefit our students' personal and academic growth. Dr. Moore is a 2019 Teacher of the Year semifinalist and the ELA department head at the Baltimore International Academy, and she is concerned about the potential harm this policy could cause.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Susan Moore, and I've had the privilege of serving the children and families of Baltimore City Public Schools for 10 years. Prior to that, I was a Command Chief Master Sergeant, retired United States Air Force. Thank you. So becoming a teacher is a natural segue for me to serving and giving back. I want to speak tonight on just two things. One is redundancy. The unannounced observations are redundant. Principal, vice principal, mentor teachers, instructional leads can come into a teacher's classroom at any time unscheduled. This happens to me on a regular basis, at least 2 to 3 times a month. Also, retention and recruitment. First of all, on retention, teachers are under tremendous stress. It has now been said that our stress level is that of a police officer. This impacts retention nationwide. We know that 50% of all teachers leave within 5 years. I did some research in Baltimore City Public Schools. Over 2,500 teachers have left within the past 3 years. Dr. Sandelistas recently said in an article posted by WMAR on May 7th, 2018, the rate of teachers leaving Baltimore City Public Schools is the second highest in the state. And I'd like to quote Dr. Sandelisa, who I greatly admire and respect. Teachers, by and large, who are leaving and are not leaving because of the kids. They are always going to be a portion of those who leave because they simply find out that this is not what they anticipated it would be. But for the others, we know that a lot of it is the conditions in which they work. And she is 100% correct. The current policy will negatively impact working conditions. The policy could potentially allow teachers to be targeted by biased administrators. Not everyone is a caring, kind, and impartial administrators. We know it, we live it. Baltimore City Public School has actively recruitment program, and we want a policy that is going to be designed to promote success for students and teachers. Thank you.
My name is Diamond Tate Brown, Baltimore Teacher Union President, and I just want to say that of the hundreds of teachers that we surveyed, 99.4% of those educators said they do not want unannounced formals. We also have several comments from our teachers, which we can give you word for word, but the overall comment is that we want more time to explore this issue with you because we believe that public comment is not sufficient to explore a shift this significant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Frank, what do you?
I do have. You mentioned the concern about biased administrators.
Yes.
Can you explain how the bias is different with regard to an unscheduled visit versus a scheduled visit, in terms of a bias that might exist?
Well, a teacher could be targeted by an administrator that might be biased, and they could come in and observe at any time. That teacher could feel tremendous stress and pressure and not be performing at their optimum level. You know how you would feel if your boss was breathing down your neck. And you might be trying to do your very, very best, but it doesn't create a climate of trust and collaboration. It's just like, sir, when we...
Let me just clarify my question, so I'm sorry, and I'm not interrupting you. I just want to make sure you answer the question as I didn't articulate it well. My question is, a biased administrator...
Right.
How is a biased administrator better able to express that bias in an unscheduled evaluation or visit versus a scheduled evaluation or visit? Why does this change give rise to the problem of a biased administrator?
I'm going to defer my time to my colleague.
The way that the policy is written is that the administrator could come in at any time, or they should not come in after like some kind of significant event at the school, but they technically could come in the first day of school. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be after a pre or post observation conference. In fact, there doesn't even have to be a pre-observation conference.
If I could chime in.
I'm going to move on to I know we have folks who have signed up, but thank you.
I can answer your question, Commissioner Frank, at a later date.
our last group, and I believe because Ms. Guy spoke earlier, I just want to make certain is the PCAB, but I believe, did you have more that you wanted to add at this time for public comment? All right.
Thank you again, Commissioners and Dr. Santelises. I'm joined by a co-executive committee member, Joe Kane, who is this year's treasurer, and our comments will be really brief. So we'll start by saying that we're really interested in working with the policy chair, Dr. James Hassan, and am interested in understanding when we'll take receipt of the finalized policy matrix so that we've got time to socialize that to parents, community members, teachers, principals, and the like. We'll also say how excited we are about the district's rollout of social workers in every single school this year, given what we know our students and their families deal with on a day-to-day basis and how that can impact how instruction happens in the classrooms and impacts our teachers and administrators. We're also really excited about the evolution and the merger of the district's implementation of the social emotional learning and restorative practices components of the blueprint. And we're looking forward to hearing feedback about how that's impacting classroom instruction, as well as how it's going to impact or how it will impact our youth. Just two final quick notes, and this is more for folks who are in the room and less for commissioners. The Parent Community Advisory Board are still looking for 2 more members to serve on the board this year. If you are interested, please see an executive committee member. And then finally, really excited about at least some partial funding around the Kerwin Commission and concerned about what the community schools expansion is going to look like, and interested in hearing directly from folks sitting in front of us what an implementation plan for this is going to be and when we should expect to see it. We don't necessarily believe that every school is ready to be a community school, and we want to understand what your positions are on readying schools and at the same time what that rollout plan will look like. Joe, did I miss anything?
You didn't miss anything. I'm just happy to be here another year. Look forward to working with you all.
Sorry, just a brief question. If you all wouldn't mind, particularly those series of questions, could you make sure that the Chief of Staff gets a copy so that we can just keep those in mind as we're preparing
Absolutely.
Public presentations of information? That would be really helpful. Thank you for those
Absolutely.
suggestions. That's great.
Great job.
Thank you again. Okay. So now we're going to be moving to the those folks who signed up to speak at the meeting. Just a reminder that we have a 3-minute time limit for this. We're really going to try as the board to listen to you versus necessarily engaging in lots of dialogue. We will keep a record of your questions, and if it's something that where we need to get back to you, please know that that we will do that. So we want to be able to let you get the most out of your 3 minutes in terms of sharing your comments with the board. So the first person who has signed up is Nathan Farrell.
Okay. Thank you. Hello? Okay. Good evening. My name is Nathan Farrell, and I teach Spanish at the Baltimore Leadership School for Young Women.
I started teaching in 2007 at Howard High School in Howard County, Maryland. I taught there for 8 years before coming to Baltimore City. I've served on policy and curriculum committees, instructional leadership teams. I'm the department chair at my school, and I've taught summer school for 7 of my 12 years currently at Dunbar. I participated in both the B3 campaigns. I'm currently the World Language Recruitment Ambassador for Human Capital. I conduct every single preliminary interview with external candidates seeking world language positions here in BCPSS. My perspective on the importance of evaluation and the observation at the classroom level is informed and rooted in significant and diverse experience across districts, especially regarding recruiting and retaining early career teachers. In an effort to bring clarity to my intense opposition of the current policy committee and their efforts, I want to highlight how observations work in Howard County, since this committee has made reference to other LEAs as using unannounced formal observations as a best practice. All non-tenured teachers in HCPSS are observed 4 times a year. The first observation is announced with pre- and post-observation conferences. The second observation occurs prior to the mid-year eval and is done by a district-level content specialist. It is also announced with pre- and post-conferences. The observation structure in Howard County is to ensure that administrators and district content specialists give the absolute best resources available to train, mentor, and provide content-specific professional development in order to grow and retain teachers. The other 2 observations for non-tenured teachers can be announced or unannounced. In my experience, and those of my colleagues in Howard County, is that they're always announced. Once a teacher is tenured, they're observed twice a year, only every 3 years. The tenured observation cycle utilizes the same protocol for non-tenured teachers. The first observation is announced with a pre- and post-conference. I make this information known because my experience at the policy committee feedback sessions were that BCPSS policy team members claim that they are in line with best practices of other LEAs, namely Howard County. And what is most important to acknowledge is that this past September 2018, the Howard County board members and administrators formed a committee and invited principals and union members of HCA to review the current observation evaluation system. And they did this based on a report that was published by the Community Training Assistance Center, which is a nationally recognized expert in education and community development, hired by Howard County to review their observation evaluation system. Now, the reports, which are public, the findings of the HCPSS observation evaluation system are as follows, if I may. 1, many teachers do not believe the evaluation provides useful feedback. 2, administrators and teachers have substantial differences of opinion on whether the evaluation system is having a positive impact on their instructional practices or on student learning. 3, only in schools where the evaluation system is implemented from a true professional growth and support perspective do teachers and administrators report positive results. Let's not hold up Howard County as a model for unannounced formals when Howard County themselves are reinventing their system due to its failure. Instead, let's learn from their desire to improve by designing an evaluation system in collaboration with teachers and principals rather than forcing an experiment down our throats against our wills. Thank you. I'll answer questions if it pleases the board. Otherwise?
I am going to make a request. If you could, I think you were reading, if you could share that. I mean, I appreciate your passion, Mr. Farrell, but I did not catch everything because you were really getting into the 3 minutes. So could we get a copy of your statement?
Yes.
Thank you, because I really would like to spend a little more time, delving into it, but that was really fast.
Madam Chair, could we also get a copy of the teachers union deck that they presented?
We have it.
It's in board docs.
Yes, but thank you. The next person who has signed up is Natalia, am I pronouncing it correctly, Bacchus? Okay. Oh, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Natalia Bacchus, and I'm currently staff at Baltimore Teachers Union, but I'm speaking as a former elementary teacher of 14 years, 9 years in Montgomery County, and 5 years in Baltimore City. I have national board certification and consider myself a good teacher. At least when I worked in Montgomery County, my evaluations there led me to believe that. In Baltimore City, my evaluations were all over the place in terms of the scores on T9s, depending on which administrator was observing me. Some years I was highly effective, other years only effective. Policy GCO-RD takes the teacher evaluation system in an even worse direction. I'm here to speak out against policy GCO-RD, specifically about unannounced formal observations and about the whole teacher evaluation system that needs revising. I started teaching and tell some differences between Montgomery County and Baltimore City. In Montgomery County, you're not evaluated and observed every year. I started teaching in Montgomery County in 2002 when it took 2 years to get tenured. I was observed those first 2 years, but then had 2 years off. Then I was evaluated in year 5 and had 3 years off. And I was evaluated in year 9. If I had stayed, I would have had 4 years off and continued that 4-year cycle the rest of my veteran years. When I came to Baltimore City, I was shocked to find out that teachers get evaluated every year with observations twice a year, no matter how many years you've been teaching. It made me wonder why veteran teachers were taking up the same amount of administrators' supervisory time as probationary teachers. Announced versus unannounced observations. In Montgomery County, during your evaluation a year, you get observed twice a year, one time announced and one time unannounced. But even in the unannounced observation, you knew the week and subject that your administrator would be coming in, and you still had a pre-observation conference. A narrative report and satisfactory, unsatisfactory versus highly effective, and a score. In Montgomery County, at the end of your evaluation year, you're provided with a narrative report, and your only rating is satisfactory or unsatisfactory. If you're rated unsatisfactory, you get put on par, peer assistance and review, and you receive support from a teacher. In Montgomery County, there's no merit pay, so your teacher's evaluation does not get tied into your pay or if you get a raise. Everyone gets a raise or no one gets a raise. I was surprised when I came to Baltimore City and got a number calculated for my evaluation score, a number that was one number too low for highly effective and didn't get an automatic raise. The instructional framework versus studying skillful teaching. In Montgomery County, the instructional framework is not used. Instead of 9 standards or 6 standards based on the book Studying Skillful Teaching. In addition to 2 observations, when it's your evaluation year, you could create and submit a portfolio demonstrating the 6 standards in your teaching, and it's not a useless portfolio. Evidence from your portfolio is included in your narrative report. Your 2 observations are a small part of your final report, and your portfolio helps administrators get a full picture of your teaching. See, my time's almost up, so let's see. I just want to say that policy GCORD states authentic assessments of performance and opportunities for feedback and support is the purpose of teacher evaluations. If so, then we need to create a real collaborative process that takes into account the teacher's need for support and the administrator's capacity for feedback. Please throw out policy GCORD with unannounced formal observation and start a year-long process that brings teachers, administrators, the district, and the union to the table for long-lasting, real solutions, not Band-Aid quick fixes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next person who signed up is Gretchen, is it Legrand?
Yep.
Good evening. Didn't know this was going to be quite so popular a night when we signed up to speak. We just wanted to say thank you for your consideration of our contract that's up for renewal, and to talk to you a little bit about some of the awesome work that we've been able to do with the district over the past 4 years. So we are really passionate about this work. As a nonprofit dedicated to expanding equity in computer science and access for all the students in the district, we view it as a partnership and not just as a vendor relationship, and we hope that you do as well. Our work goes beyond just direct instruction. We work closely with the teams here at the Office of Instructional Technology and the Office of Career and College and Career Readiness, and especially the CTE team. We convene the Industry Advisory Board for the CTE CS pathway, and through that relationship, we've brought in over 350 industry volunteers into Baltimore City Public Schools to teach coding to city school students. We also provide hundreds of hours of PD and technical support to teachers in the district at no cost. So our long-term strategic priorities are to continue the work of direct instruction in schools only as long as necessary. Our preference is that Baltimore City teachers and the district support computer science for every student, so that every student across the district has access to computer science education through Baltimore City schools without the need for a vendor to provide that direct instruction. Thank you.
I'm just here to support.
Thanks.
Thank you. Victor A.
Yes. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Victor Akuchi. I'm a first-year teacher, and I'm very proud, and I'm very glad to be here, to be given the opportunity to be a teacher, which is my second passion. I came from law enforcement, 21 years in the force. I started my career in the prisons as a correction officer, grew up the ranks as a case manager, treatment specialist, and left the agency as a deputy coordinator for education. I designed a lot of programs for DC government. I came to Baltimore because I have passion for this county. And when I came to Baltimore, when I was assigned to 2 schools, I drove around the school compound. At that moment, I realized that I'm not only going to be a teacher, I'm going to be a pastor, I'm going to be a father, a mother, everything, just looking at the environment. And then my focus is special ed. I have a extraordinary passion with my children. We cry together, we laugh together, we eat together, we do a lot together. There's something we call in the prison a snitch. Snitch is somebody that tells on somebody. When a principal says that you're going to observe me unannounced, you're telling me that you're very incompetent. Because in corrections, we have a system that is geared towards perfection. There is no incompetency in education. Either you're a perfect teacher or you're not. So when you say that you're coming to watch me unannounced, you're telling me that you don't trust me. You don't have confidence in me. So which means, how well have you prepared me? Because in law enforcement, we say that a good supervisor produces a good employee. So if you're not good in what you're doing, you're going to produce bad people. You have every time to come to my class, to watch me, to encourage me, to motivate me, to uplift me, to guide me to be the best I can be, so that I can impact that to my case. I don't want you to create a distrust in the system that I have so much passion about. So you're going to have employees that are going to resign. You're going to have employees that are going to quit because people are meant well. I'm a black man. I'm passionate for my black race. I don't need a principal to tell me to take care of my case because to me it's personal. I have to do it with or without anybody because I'm so passionate about it. So I think it's an insult. I think it's total disrespect. I think it kills the morale of the teachers. I don't like it. It doesn't make any sense as a black man. It's totally an insult to us. Please, I will beg for you guys to reconsider this. And I have a lot of comments, but I would like that to be in a private setting. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good. Jose Torres.
Good evening. So I just want to talk about a little bit, if I can, just to let you know, I've been teaching for 18 years. Been in the Baltimore City public school system now for 13 of those 18 years. I've been a building rep for Baltimore Teachers Union for 5 or 6 years. I think North Avenue can help teachers a lot better from here within this building. Rather than to look for more intrusive tools that have the potential to be abused by principals, with motives outside of the scope of what it's intended to do. For example, fix human capital. There are other departments within this building that could use, some revamping. Teachers, I know myself, I've dealt with human capital a lot. I've dealt with other departments in this building, and things are not always very efficient. I think that teachers deal with enough things as it is, the stresses in the classroom, et cetera. Perhaps, better efforts could be served for teachers if we're not jumping through so many hoops all the time through bureaucratic stuff that we have to do here. The school system has a lot of old buildings. These are more priorities as far as I'm concerned. Getting the heating systems working, getting the air conditioners working, getting the older buildings up to more modernization. Teachers have a tremendous amount of deficiencies in materials. We do get a lot of support in terms of professional development, so sometimes I think those PDs aren't always helpful. I think sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. I'm just being honest. I just wish that the school system was as fixated with improving the conditions in our school buildings as they are about implementing new ways to chastise our teachers. I don't see how unannounced evaluations are not going to be abused. They will be abused. I am convinced of that, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. I fail to see how the unannounced observations will not have a negative impact. It already is, just by the show of people tonight. In the same way that you trust us as teachers to go into the classrooms and educate our students, we are also hopeful that this board and the people that run this building will do what's right to help us in the classrooms. That's what we're hoping that you will do. So thank you for your time, and hoping you will reconsider this new policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Jean Young? Joanne, sorry.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Young. I am an elementary school teacher and a building representative, for the Baltimore Teachers Union. At this time, I would like to clearly cast my vote against unannounced teacher observations. Now, I totally understand the need for authenticity. However, a teacher's authenticity in regard to instruction and performance cannot be seen in one formal or announced or unannounced observation. However, when administrators go into classrooms and observe their teaching staff on a regular basis, this would allow them the needed insight to be aware of the true routines, strengths, and weaknesses of their teaching staff. What teachers need is more informal observations, immediate feedback, and support. With this, teachers can grow and provide more quality instruction and increase student achievement. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Merman.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Merman. I'm a French teacher at Western High School, the school's SLO ambassador, new teacher mentor, Gender and Sexuality Alliance advisor as well. I also serve on the professional peer review committee for the joint governing panel. And this upcoming school year will be my 13th year teaching in Baltimore City Public Schools. And is in those capacities that I speak with you today. I'm here because, like all of you, I want to see the students in our schools receive the best possible education and instruction. In order to achieve this goal, our students need confident, prepared, and most importantly, supported and mentally healthy teachers. Therefore, I'm speaking today to vehemently oppose the proposed evaluation policy of unannounced formal observations. I want to emphasize that Baltimore City Public Schools teachers are committed to providing high-quality instruction to their students every day, and that opposition to this proposed policy is not at all rooted in our desire to shirk responsibility or hide anything that goes on in our classrooms, but rather to ensure that our teachers have a safe, trusting environment in which to hone their craft. In order for unannounced observations to successfully be implemented and truly positively impact student learning, there must be a culture of trust, fairness, and consistency of expectations among school leaders and staff. There are some concerns with consistent training, implementation of the instructional framework, and the calibration of observations across the district. In my various roles in over a decade teaching in the system, particularly in supporting my staff and mentoring new teachers, many of them are extremely fearful of this policy change, even those with superior evaluations and student growth measures. A lot of them express a concern and a feeling of lack of control is what I often hear. Things occur in their classrooms that are often beyond their control. And this would just add to that sense of helplessness and that burden that they feel every day. And therefore, I believe that there is cause for concern that this policy will create a culture of fear, distrust, possibly hinder teacher growth, and possibly contribute to teacher burnout, exacerbate an already disturbing rate of teacher turnover. And therefore, I urge you to vote against this proposed policy. I thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Kim Trueheart.
Good evening. 3 minutes is not enough. I usually sit here and have notes, right? But I'm feeling some kind of way, okay? So this is about my feelings tonight. This policy, I grew up professionally in the age of Deming, right? Drive-out inspections, don't do that. Quality in performance should be from the bottom up, right? One of my main functions in the Navy was to inspect contractors who were performing under Navy contracts, right? And it hurt me to no end to have these adversarial inspections, right? Pissed me off, right? Let alone them, right? And I realized that I had to be a coach. I had to be a mentor. That inspecting them wasn't the right answer, right? To see whether they were complying with the policy, right? That wasn't it. I need to make sure as their supervisor, right, that they understood the policy, that they were implementing best practices. And if I failed in doing that and they failed, we all failed. Now, what we have here is a desire by principals to have an evaluation system that they can get rid of the poor performer. Just call me up. I'll do that for them. Because at this point, this policy is not the right answer. And I think you need to go back to the drawing board. Let's talk about school safety, all right? I've asked you to redefine it. I've asked you to rethink the way we define what school safety is. And I really need y'all to do that. I need you to be the innovators I know you can be in this work, And when I go to innovation, it's not just the safety issue, it's the homeless issue, right? It is the recruiting issue. It is every issue that is on the table now as a problem in this district. I'm waiting for the day when you start renting houses near schools for the homeless kids, right, and their families. Nancy Gubernick, when she was here, she issued bus passes to homeless parents so that they could go look for jobs, right? I don't know if you're still doing that, but you need to, right? I need you to be innovators in this work and set the bar high, very high. Because this bar on this unannounced, whatever this foolishness is so low, right? Y'all can do better. Be innovative in the way you are educating our children. I'm demanding it, right? I am demanding it of you.
Thank you. Tamara Stanley.
Greetings. My name is Tamara Stanley. I'm now a fifth-year teacher, and I am vehemently opposed to the policy proposal. How long have teachers and other stakeholders had an opportunity to discuss this potential change? End of April, May? Is this a realistic amount of time to deliberate this process based on its long-term implications were it to be rolled out? Has there been a strong collaboration that will get to the focus of this goal? Accountability. Teacher accountability. It's essential, and it should be considered in any job, but this way of doing it only sows mistrust, which ultimately impacts the morale and job performance of teachers. Most teachers are hardworking, doing their best to impact meaningful change to students' lives. We make accommodations for them not only because they need accountability, but because we understand that some need more time to grasp concepts. So we become weavers. We weave growth, skill by skill, teaching, reteaching, helping, scaffolding, preparing, and we find deliberate ways that have been studied and found to be effective. We use them in our practice to cultivate student achievement. We find ways to teach and to hold them accountable, but without putting them on the spot. We know the way that makes our students feel. Why should we be subject to the same? We know that building together enables them to feel safe, ultimately impacting their performance. Does a choice to have unannounced evaluation honor our work? Does it develop trust? Ultimately, no. It may seem so on the surface, but that notion is a ruse. The proposed unannounced formal evaluation leaves too much open to be interpreted based on too many factors, from school leadership, school location, just to name a few. I have now what I consider to be the privilege of having both experiences. I can speak to my own personal truth. I've had administrators that have been supportive and administrators that have not. I was once targeted as a second-year teacher in an environment where I planned my lessons daily and I delivered them as best as I possibly could, but it was hard to teach because if a student had a rough morning, a chair might fly across the room. What if this was the evaluation system at that time when I was young in my teaching career? It could have been detrimental to my choice to stay. So I ask you to consider more than just the first-year teachers' opinions that you've spoken with. Consider all of us as teachers. Allow more time for us to have this collaborative discussion. That's how it will make the strongest impact for our students and ultimately for us. Believe us when we tell you that we want to do our best daily. Visit us, see the work that we do in our class before rolling out something like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric, please pronounce your last name because I didn't want to mess it up.
It's Schleicher.
Okay, thank you.
So good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. Like I said, my name is Eric Schleicher. I've been a teacher in Baltimore City since 2006. I'm going to use this moment, obviously, to speak out against this new teacher evaluation, the proposed evaluation system, whereby formal observations will be unannounced. I have a few points to make, and I'm going to do so by way of a simple analogy. One we can all relate to, but will be especially relevant to those members of the board with teacher experience. I ask you all simply to imagine for a moment that every evaluation teachers gave to their students was unannounced. Every quiz, test, essay, research paper, every standard, skill, and indicator evaluated without any prior notice and with no opportunity for another attempt. Every graded assignment a pop quiz. Students' grades, their GPAs, their graduation rates most certainly would plummet. Such a grading policy would not be fair, nor would it lead to greater academic success among our students. So the only reason I can think to use such an evaluation system is to promote failure. This is, in essence, the evaluation policy being suggested for teachers, a policy which by design will lead to a decrease in the number of effective and highly effective teachers. Frankly, this is just the latest effort to support a myth long perpetuated that a teacher cannot be highly effective if their students struggle to make academic progress. We all love the research that suggests teachers are the most important in-class variable impacting student achievement. We've heard that for years. The number one in-class factor that influences student achievement. We cite this as though it were revelatory, but not a single teacher in this room needed research to reveal that to us. We knew it intuitively. It's why we chose this vocation, or perhaps why this vocation chose us. But the research has been contorted and manipulated to suggest that teachers are the only thing impacting a child's academic success, ignoring that very important qualifier, in class. The variables that come first in a child's academic success are not in class at all. There are things like safety, access to resources, parent education levels, physical and mental health, and of course the biggest one, poverty. So if the goal is to prove to ourselves that teachers are bad in Baltimore City and that's why students struggle to make progress, this policy will do that. Spuriously, disingenuously, it will do that, I'm confident. Consider the implication of all this on things like teacher attrition and recruitment. Now, there are many other points I'd like to make, but if I could conclude with one final argument, that using this model makes for cautious teaching. Anxiety and stress among teachers will make them afraid to take the instructional risks, the kind of risks needed most among our high-needs students. And if we lose the ability to do that, it is a very grave situation indeed. I strongly discourage you from supporting this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this concludes our public comment for this evening. And again, I would say if you have your comments in writing, if you'd like to submit them to us, we would welcome those as well. Okay, we're going to go back now to the consent items, and we'll be looking at items. I'm going to look at them together because there was the same question around the clarity for them, 8.04, 8.05, and 8.06. The fiscal year 19 quarter, where the budget amendment requests for quarter 1, 2, and 3. Yes.
Good evening.
I guess my question dealt with the whole idea of, is this systemic, is this seasonal, is it aberrant? I just need some clarity.
The budget amendments for each quarter are systemic, and what happens during the course of the year is as we need to move money from our contingency reserve for potential changes or unanticipated things that have come up during the year, that goes through as a budget amendment. The board had approved previously several supplemental appropriations for like Title II incentive increases that we had anticipated but did not come into play until after the budget for fiscal year 19 was put into play. They go through as budget amendments. Each year we go through the enrollment adjustment process where we find out what our actual enrollments are in schools, and we go and we transfer money based on those. Their budget amendments, anything that happens during the year that we have to move money around in order to keep business going. So that's pretty much what they are. Yes.
I guess second quarter would tend to be the worst quarter all the time.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And it gets better. So what will the fourth quarter look like?
Well, the fourth quarter is the end of the year, so you might see some transfers there based on things that we do as a result of our closeout. When we close the fiscal year, we may move some money around based on some things that we anticipate or we feel we have to accrue or whatever. So you'll see them every quarter, but the second quarter is usually the largest because that's when we have the enrollment adjustment at the schools. Yes.
Are there any other questions on that one? If not, can I have a motion to pass these three items? 8.04, 8.05, 8.06. Commissioner Reed, second. Commissioner Frank, all those in favor? Yes, Josh, I'm sorry, this one you don't, I'm going back, I forgot. Sorry about that. Commissioner McFadden, Hassan, Chinya, Reed, Frank, Richardson, 6. And motion passes with 6. I vote no. 3 absent. Thank you. Now, I made a mistake, and I skipped over 3. We did not ask to have them pulled, but these are 3 that our student commissioner can vote on. So I want to go back to be certain that we account for all of our votes. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Walker. I don't want you to sit up there forever. Sorry about that. That's a different, it's going to come a little differently. Okay. Now, let me just check. Because we had no issues, can we do these, or do I need to do them each separately?
Were there any other questions on,
Any
8.01
questions
through
on-
8.03? Okay, do them as a group.
All right, so since we don't have questions, we can do these 3 in a block. So it's 8.01, 8.02, which are waiver requests for Western High School, and 8.03, the proposed academic calendar for 2019-20 and school year 2020-21. I have a motion. Commissioner Reed, a second. Commissioner Lynn, all those in favor? Commissioner Lynn, McFadden, Hassan, Chinya, Reed, Frank, Richardson, 7, correct? Motion passes. We have 7 in favor and 3 absent. Did I get it right that time?
Yes, you did.
Okay, thank you. The next set of items we are pulled and put together because they are all around the FY 2020 supplemental appropriation. And the question around these was more information in terms of what these items mean. At the time that we were developing our budget, we mentioned the fact that we were identifying some dollars, awaiting some action on the part from the legislation around some of the initial funding for the Kerwin Commission work. And so these come under that area. We wanted just to let people understand what they were, since they are now here and are going to be affecting some of our schools for this school year.
Okay, as you said, the legislature this year passed a package of approximately $53 million of additional aid. They came to Baltimore City through a series of initiatives, and these supplemental appropriations, there are 5 of them. Each one of them is a different section of that particular law where we are letting you know how much money we got, where it's coming from, whether it's a restricted grant. Most of them came as restricted grants. There was only one that came as unrestricted. That was the teacher incentive grant. So just to go through them real quickly, the first one was a supplemental appropriation for $31.3 million, and that was related to funding provided for concentration of poverty grants. The use of that funding, we will use it for fund community schools coordinators, healthcare practitioners, and other wraparound services in those schools that are eligible. The second one was the general fund supplemental appropriation in the amount of about $8.4 million related to funding for the teacher salary incentive grant. And that was a grant that was set by the state that said that they were setting aside additional funding to improve recruitment and retention of high-quality teachers. The third one was for $9.7 million. That was another restricted special revenue fund supplemental appropriation related to funding for students with disabilities. This use of funding will be used for special education services needed to fully implement individualized education programs and 504 plans for students with disabilities. The fourth supplemental appropriation was for $4.1 million, and that was related to funding provided by the state for transitional supplemental instruction for struggling learners. The use of that funding for fiscal year 20, as we're proposing, will be cost to fund academic support programs and strategies to include the implementation of English and reading tutoring services. The last one is a rather small one. It was $83,000, but that was related to funding provided for us to get a mental health services coordinator. And obviously, we will use the cost to fund a mental health services coordinator as required pursuant to the Safe to Learn Act of 2018. And they are the 5 supplemental appropriations. And as I said, 4 of them came as restricted grants, and the only one that came as unrestricted was the teacher incentive grant.
Thank you. And we're going to tell a little bit more in terms of how these rolled out to the schools. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So just in terms of the programmatic side of it, on the concentrations of poverty, the bulk of the resources that city schools received was in the concentrations of poverty grant. So as John said, that was $30 million of the resources we received. So there's 118 schools in Baltimore City that qualified for those funds, which is by far the lion's share in the state. I think the nearest jurisdiction had maybe 40 some in PG County, and then below that you get into single digits or 0 schools. So for us, that was the biggest amount. As per the legislative requirements, all those schools have to have a community schools coordinator, and they have to hire a nurse. We are working carefully with the health department to put together an MOU to hire those nurses. That will take some time. There is a national nursing shortage, so it's going to take us a little time, but we are working carefully with the health department to put those requirements in place. We then also thought about how to use, again, because of the number of schools that we have, the legislation allows us or requires us to put together a plan, a district-wide plan for how we will use the funds. So we've identified key priorities and tried to really align the use of these funds with priorities we had already identified. So for example, it's helping support those schools increase to 1 full-time social worker at every school. It's helping pay for Judy centers in schools, which is a funding source we used to be able to cover more in title dollars or general funds, and that's getting increasingly difficult. So continue that important program. It's allowing us to help finance the AP expansion to make sure that all of our schools, our high schools, have advanced placement course offerings. We also tried to do some innovative things to pursue into our wholeness area of our blueprint. So we identified the purchase of 5 of smaller buses that hold about 24 students that will be available for those schools. So they will transport students to and from school, but during the school day, they would be available to the traditional schools that have concentrations of poverty so that they could use them for field trips. And so, again, I think one of the challenges our schools have is really having the resources available to provide those kind of enrichment opportunities for students. So the availability of these buses will be much cheaper than a commercial arrangement for a bus, and will allow them to provide more kind of opportunities to go to museums or theater or that kind of thing for our students. We also put in supports in the wholeness office, so are creating a position to support schools in their creation of enrichment opportunities for students. I think this is an area where we feel strongly we need to provide more opportunities for our students, but it's difficult. It requires a lot of resources. So the idea here is having a position that will help schools forge partnerships to provide more enrichment opportunities that their students could benefit from. And as part of that, we'll pilot a kind of a strategy of taking groups of schools and identifying outside partners that could help provide enrichment supports to those groups of schools. We also are going to do some work on attendance, which is an area that has kind of fallen off in the last few years in terms of really having dedicated staff to help work with students who have low attendance and try to figure out strategies to help and get them back in school and improve attendance. Then we also, with any resources left over, we've really worked to identify a list of supports that schools could select from that, again, are pursuant to some of our higher priorities. So things that currently schools often do not have adequate resources to support. So things like guidance counselors in elementary grades or middle grades, and college advisors in college, whether that's college guidance counselors or whether it's work with a group like College Bound, but more opportunities to help our students navigate the very difficult process of applying to college. Also, some other additional supports that like more social workers. We're plussing everybody up to one social worker, but that's often really not enough for our schools. We really need more social workers to go well beyond the support to the students who have IEPs, but to students who maybe don't have IEPs, but also have a lot of things going on in their life that they need support with. Same with school psychologists, trying to provide that as an option for schools. And then some of our blueprint work in terms of this could help pay for cohort 1 of the blueprint sites if they need help to pay for their portion of their wholeness specialist or their literacy coach. They could use it for that, or other schools if they want to go with a staff associate to help provide some of those literacy coaching type techniques that we're using in the wholeness sites. And then other things like middle school athletics, partnering with programs to bring in middle school athletics, because often our middle school students really don't have access to those kinds of opportunities. So those are some of the things that we're supporting. MTSS also as part of the attendance work to really provide more supports to students to support the SST process and really help students again in a more case management style to provide wraparound supports to students to make sure that they're attending school more often and receiving the supports they need to be successful there.
Commissioner Song.
So, John, because the teacher salary incentive grant is not targeted, would it be possible to allocate a portion of that to bringing together teachers, principals, and developing an evaluation system and then training people on implementing it?
Is it possible?
I don't think you could do that with the
that's
funds.
the way the law.
Because it's restricted funds.
But it's just restricted to salary?
Yes,
because
it's
if
very
it's restricted
specific.
to retaining, and we've heard tonight, the evaluation is directly connected to retention.
Yeah, but
It's very specific that it's for we had to, in order to get it, we had to provide documentation of the.
It's actually called a salary incentive grant.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very specifically for that. But I agree with you that, other supports for, other type supports for teachers other than salaries are the kinds of things that would really be helpful. But this is a restricted grant. A lot of these grants came through as restricted. We would have liked to see, frankly, more of it come through with a little bit more discretion to make decisions like that, but that's just not the way we receive the funds.
So then, can you clarify for me how how the teacher incentive grant is the only one that's not targeted? And yet it's equally restricted. And that's just truly, I am completely ignorant on the difference between those two.
I wish we could. At one time, we thought most of these were going to come as unrestricted, and the one that we thought might come restricted is the teacher salary one, because it was restricted to teacher salaries. But when it got to the state and they put their guidelines together and sent the guidelines out, everything came in as restricted except the teacher incentive grant.
So we could use it that way.
Because in order to get it, you had to document the amount of increase that teachers get every year through our regular pathway interval movements through the pathways, and then had to document the agreement with the teachers union.
So it was restricted, so for the backdoor restriction.
Yeah.
It's because it was
A front load restriction, probably.
Yeah, it was actually backdoor because you had to have the negotiation conversations around the salary increase to be able to get the money.
Okay.
So it's not as if you could say, yeah, we're negotiating generally, right? And, okay, great, we give it to you, and then you can divvy it up differently. You have to be able to present, and again, BTU has appropriately is waiting for their membership to ratify it, but the whole way that it's given is based on you negotiating any kind of increase prior, so that's why there's no flexibility.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I just know that, and I believe that it's probably available. You can check on board docs, but the schools have gotten the information in writing in terms of what these funds mean for each of the identified schools. So I would encourage, if anybody is interested in terms of contacting your school or your school council, I would say the same process we talked about in development of the budget. This is an important time to see what's happening with this, since this is a supplemental appropriation. Okay, thank you. So there are no other questions. I get a motion for this block of supplemental appropriation items. Thank you. Commissioner Reed, second. Commissioner Frank, all those in favor? Commissioner McFadden, Hassan, Chinya, Reed, Frank, Richardson. Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes 6-0. 0, 3 absent. He can't vote. He doesn't abstain, he just can't vote. So, I'm sorry. I know.
It's not personal, John.
It's not personal. But most of it, hopefully, some of those benefits you will see students will see at our schools. How's that? Let's see. What else did I need to pull? $16.01, I believe we pulled.
Just a vote on it.
Okay, there wasn't a question. This was just the request was just to pull for to record the vote. Okay, so Commissioner McFadden, you're moving? Okay. Is anyone moving for this item on Colleen Ray's? Need a motion? Okay, Commissioner Richardson, is there a second? Commissioner Reed, okay. All those in favor? Commissioner Hassan, Chinya, Reed, Frank, Richardson. All opposed? Commissioner McFadden, okay. No abstention, so we have 5 in favor, 1 against, and 3 absent. The motion passes. That was the last that was pulled, and you know I have to. It's been a long meeting. Did we do the whole set that wasn't pulled? Thank you. All righty. So now I need a motion to vote all those that remained in the block. Commissioner Frank, second Commissioner Reed. All those in favor? McFadden, Hassan, Chinya, Reed, Frank, and Richardson. No one is opposed. So we have 6-0. The motion passes. 3 absent. Okay. Thank you. Now we have a couple of information items. The first one, which I actually moved back, is the talent pipeline update. And this is the update on assistant principals and principals.
Hi again, I'm Jeremy Grant Skinner, the Chief Human Capital Officer.
Good evening, Roxanne Ford, the Director of Principal Leadership Development.
For the last few years, we have twice each year brought to the Teaching and Learning Committee an update on our principal and teacher pipelines. Our most recent one was just a few weeks ago, but now we have the opportunity to talk more specifically about our principal pipeline and also before the full board. I want to start with a data point that I think grounds some of the presentation that we're sharing tonight. When we were creating metrics around the Blueprint Leadership focus area, one of the things that we identified as an area we wanted to improve over time, over several years, is something we called stable, effective leadership in schools. And it was combining both consistency and who the principal is in a school with the effectiveness ratings of principals in schools. And when we set this in the fall of 2017, we wanted to increase the number of schools that were led by a principal that had been in place for at least 3 years and was rated effective or highly effective in every one of those 3 years. So they were both had some stability in the school and were performing at a high level. And at that time, we were looking to increase the number of schools in that category by 50%. And looking back at the 2018-2019 school year, we already increased that number by 23%. So we wanted to get to an increase of 50% by the fall of 2021, and we are halfway there. I share that as some context for the presentation because we recognize that the development of our principal pipeline is ongoing work and something that takes a real concerted effort and honestly a lot of resource as well. So I wanted to say we have some work in progress and some results to show for it. Roxanne, can you grab the pointer? So with that,
just on that particular statistic.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I know it's not customary to ask questions at the beginning, but just on that statistic, can you translate that into a number? So 23%, 50%, what does that represent?
sure, I appreciate that, especially since there's not a slide. So in 2017, the number was 34. So we had 34 schools that had a principal who had been in that school for 3 years and was effective and highly effective every one of those years. And the number is now 42, even as our number of schools has decreased some. This is in the context of a principal evaluation system where there's quite a distribution. So about 2/3 of our principals each year are rated effective and highly effective. I'm unable to move the slide. Yes, I think so.
Oh, there it goes. There it went.
Okay. It's blinking at me. So this shows some components of a robust pipeline for principals. We're also talking about assistant principals here because certainly they are often a part of our principal pipeline. So you see components here that include identifying aspiring assistant principals, people who want to move into the assistant principal role, then ensuring that when we have people who are new to the assistant principal role, that there's a system to provide support during their induction. Then also paying attention to aspiring principals, people who are ready or want to eventually move into the principal role. Then similarly, building out what a multi-year program looks like for induction for new principals, leading to then ongoing support for people even beyond their 3 years in the principal role, which we've noted here is a place where our ILEDs have a special responsibility and where we've invested in ILEDs to be able to provide ongoing support. I'm going to let Roxanne say more about this, but I will say last year we had an opportunity to apply to be a part of a National Leadership Design Fellowship that brings together districts from across the country that looks at both the pipeline in terms of recruitment into the principal role and then development of people who are at various stages of the pipeline. And when we did that, we had to provide lots of information and artifacts about our current state with respect to different aspects of recruitment and different aspects of development. And we were pleased earlier this year that Roxanne, in her role as Director of Principal Leadership Development, and Ashley Stewart, our Executive Director on the team, were accepted to be a part of that. And I'll turn it to Roxanne to say a little more about what that experience has been so far.
So, districts, states, and networks of schools that participate in this. So when we come together, and we've had 2 sessions thus far, traveling around the country at different locations for 3-day sessions. We've had the benefit of learning from one another from our group and also providing feedback to each other. So the benefits really included the state level as well, which included the state of New York, which is present, and those folks who have been building their pipelines longer than us. So we've learned from them as well as them giving us information. Next week, we will be presenting what we have developed thus far with all of the documents, and we will have the benefit of feedback from folks who have been doing it longer from us and also fresh eyes to see where we can really maximize our development as we continue to get better in this recruitment and development of our principals. Part of what we're doing in conjunction with this is talent mapping. So we are really beginning to look at all of our principals and where they are. do we have the best fit in the school, and what is the development for each principal? So we are not going to be grouping them together necessarily, but looking at each one as an individual and determining the development that they need, and then really putting a plan in place for them. And we want it to be measurable and really be thoughtful and intentional about how we continue to grow our principals so that we really do have the stability and the expertise that we need as we move forward. Okay, for our assistant principal pipeline, we also need it to be intentional with our assistant principals and how are we developing them. So we do have a 2-year program. We are in the 2nd year of it. Last year we launched it with intentional monthly development and coaching. There were 30 assistant principals that continue in that cohort. And moving forward next year as part of their development, they will each have an individual development plan also that is unique to them, where they are, and the school in which they are working. Just last week, we launched our first year again with 28 assistant principals who have just moved into that role for the upcoming school year. So we will be working throughout the year with them in really preparing them for that role. We also wanted to be thoughtful about preparing folks to move into the assistant principalship. So we have an MS in transformational education with that Admin 1 endorsement for folks who are ready to be teacher leaders with the aspiration of moving to leadership. This is unique in the fact that Towson has really partnered with us in choosing the electives within this program that align with our blueprint. They will also be, all the courses will be co-facilitated by executive directors, and folks at central office who we know have a strong background in that field. We are also holding and conducting these classes at city schools, which then makes it easier for our teachers who are here all day to attend these courses without having to drive to Towson.
I wanted to share a little bit more about assistant principals. I mentioned at the beginning that they're a part of our principal pipeline, but that actually wasn't as much the case for a number of years because we had not been able to increase the number of assistant principal positions, and we did not have a lot of movement that allowed new people to move into assistant principal roles, and that has changed significantly in the last 2 years. So this number, based on the board's approval of some recommendations tonight, is actually lower than what it is. So it says that 58 individuals have moved into a role as an assistant principal in city schools for the first time, either last year or for this upcoming year. That number is closer to 70 with some of the appointments this evening. And that was after a number of years where that number was actually no one. So we didn't have anyone sort of newly entering the pipeline towards a principalship in the assistant principal role. We recognize that some people will move into the assistant principal role and they will find their niche there and they are not interested or for other reasons won't choose to move into a principal role. So not everyone will do that, but it certainly is one place we know we need to regularly look to identify our best next principals. You can see here just some other data about not the full 70-ish, but the 58, which is almost all of them are moving into assistant principal roles from other roles within city schools. This upcoming year, 2 of the new assistant principal appointees were actually principal residents last year. Many of the appointees this year, and this was true last year as well, previously served as educational associates. So a third of them that have been appointed this year. And then finally, like some that you heard tonight, there's many cases where actually someone has the ability to move into an assistant principal role in a school where they have other experience as a teacher or a teacher leader. So we're shifting to the principal-specific piece of this. This shows I mentioned various components that Roxanne and Ashley have been exploring as part of the Leadership Design Fellowship. And this also reflects items that have been building over time in city schools, from the way that we recruit, screen, and place principals, to then the support that they're provided when they first move into the role, and then programs like our transformational principal pathway that allow principals to expand their leadership once they're in the role as well. So we've had an Aspiring Principals program in partnership with New Leaders for many years, and they are one source of candidates for new principals. I will say in recent years, they have frequently also been a source of new assistant principals. So many people last year and this year have moved into an assistant principal role after being a principal resident. You can see here that from our principal residents in the 2018-2019 school year, 3 of them have been appointed to be principals in the upcoming year, and 4 of them will be assistant principals. In the year ahead, we are anticipating having 10 principal residents again. I think that we have one more person who we hope will join that program. And in the 2019-2020 school year, we've adjusted our work with New Leaders a little bit to allow a couple of individuals who were principal residents in this past year, but where there wasn't a great school fit available for them for 2019-2020, to continue as a principal resident to gain more experience in the residency program with expectation that there may be a good fit for them next year. Both in the last couple of years, we have made adjustments to that Aspiring Principals program. In full transparency, because in the past we were getting 6 or 7 people from that program every year who became first-year principals, and then that number had decreased to a couple each year. And we have worked with New Leaders to say our primary goal here is to have day one ready principals at the end of the program. And these are some of the things that we've adjusted and are adjusting in order to make that, to reach that goal. The first is, for a number of years, our principal residents were assigned to schools based on the budget availability within that school. So a school would create a position for a principal resident if they had funds to support part of that, and we supported part of it centrally. And what we heard from participants in the program, from our partner in the program, was that meant that principal residents were not always assigned to a school where the most effective mentor was. So in the 2017-18 school year, 2018-2019 school year, this past year was the first time that we fully funded the principal resident role and cost, so that we could identify schools specifically based on the quality of the available mentor.
The ILED, that line, am I reading that right, or is it, you got principal residents to engage with principal residents? Or is that principal?
Engage, please. No, that's not
Yeah,
right.
I think that should be for principal residents to engage with ILEDs. Thank you.
Okay.
So that's there because what we found is that as much as there is a criteria-based selection process, it's also important for ILEDs to actually have personal knowledge of people's experiences, particularly as they're in that year preparing to be a principal. And we wanted to create new opportunities for them to interact and get to know them better throughout their residency year. The second thing is we adjusted to have 2 semester residencies instead of a full year-long residency in order to provide multiple opportunities and multiple school environments for people to practice their leadership and develop. I will say for 2019-2020, there are a couple cases where we are having someone serve the full year in a particular school community because that feels what is most appropriate for their stage of development, and also as we're thinking about what the potential school opportunities could be next year. And then the last couple of things are really about how people get into the program. So starting last year, we had Roxanne in her role participate more directly in the selection of people. who would go into the principal residency program. And then we had a separate program, the Emerging Leaders Program, for individuals who could complete that program and then would be good candidates for the Aspiring Principals Program. We found that sometimes people were going into the Emerging Leaders Program as an opportunity to get a first taste of a leadership opportunity. So there are people who had been perhaps a teacher for a few years and really wanted to see what might it be like to take on some sort of leadership. And going back to the goal of really wanting to make sure that our partnership with New Leaders leads to first day one ready principals, we said we actually need to be seeking out people who are about 2 years away from being a principal, not people who might be taking their first step into potential leadership.
We also wanted to look at our assistant principals who had been in the system for a while and had a proven track record and make sure that we were preparing them for the role of principalship also. So this summer, we launched the Assistant Principal Leadership Accelerator Program, where you can see we took recommendations from principals and ILEDs for those candidates who were really doing an excellent job as far as their AP, and they felt were ready to move into the role. We required a written as well as a video presentation and then an interview. We launched 2 weeks ago with 8 APs who are actively now participating in this year-long cohort leadership development program, and we will be meeting twice a month. They will also be engaged in a capstone project, which will be specific to their school, but an area of development for them and a benefit to the school. So they will be incorporating everything that they learn within those monthly sessions to this project, so it all comes together and is tied together and is like they have a mini principal project throughout the year.
Roxanne, would you talk a little bit about the video portion of the application? What specifically were you all looking for in that, video?
Yeah, we also wanted to take a look at the interaction that they had with children and within their school as far as the culture goes. That is sometimes difficult to really capture that through an application process. So we had them submit a video around that as well. All right. Part of what we're really being intentional about also is finding the right fit for each principal. Our schools are very unique, and we want to make sure that a lot of thought has been put into that. So we do have the application process as well as the assessment center, and then we are doing a temperament survey, which just gives us some background information on the leadership styles and preferences of people so we can match better with schools. We're also making sure that there is a profile completed for each candidate so that the chief of schools, the chief of human capital, and the ILEDs have more than a resume to look at and really being thoughtful about that placement. This year, we're also going to be very strategic in our sourcing and recruitment, and we have a calendar out plan which will begin in October. So instead of waiting mid-year to really take a look at where we may need placements for next year, we will begin looking at that in October and creating a pool.
I want to mention there that the board has asked for a recruitment update later this fall, and we look forward to sharing more then about progress with respect to principal recruitment. And I name that because when there's sort of two sides to some of the data that we shared here, that almost all of our first year principals that have been appointed in recent years have been coming from within city schools, and that's actually something that we want to cultivate. We want to make sure that there is a robust pipeline that allows people to transition from other roles in city schools to becoming a principal. The other side of that, though, is that also is a result of the fact that we have not had a robust enough process for recruiting externally. So Roxanne's mentioning that this is work that is ongoing right now to get to a place so that by October we can have a much more robust process for recruiting externally. That is not I would not anticipate that that would mean suddenly a majority of our new principals are coming externally, but we do believe that we have to have a healthy mix of people coming from other roles internally and people coming from outside of the district who really have demonstrated talent elsewhere, including people who have been principals in other districts who we're able to recruit here.
Can you make me smart? What's a temperament survey and how does it work?
It really takes a look at what is your preference as far as your leadership style. So are you more like a doer, or do you influence people? Are you building relationships? What is your preference? And that's not to say that you don't incorporate all of those skills as a leader, but it's important if we know the type of school that this is a school that we really have to go in and we need some healing done, so we need a certain type of person with a certain preference would probably be a better fit. So it helps with the fit.
So I have a question that I'm trying to figure out how to wrap in bubble wrap so it doesn't feel like a rock. Do you do unannounced visits to confirm the videos?
Do we do unannounced visits to confirm?
So you see a video, is it a dog and pony show? And I just, it's bubble wrapped.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. For this particular aspect, we did not.
Okay, just something, if that's where we're going and that's what we believe, then we might want to be consistent with that.
Yeah, I would say to that question that our, like, every process that we have for evaluating someone's capacity to serve in a role is not based on something unannounced. I will say that assistant principals have an evaluation system right now where their rating is based on their performance every day in the job, every single thing that is observed by a principal at any time during the year, and that's the same for our principals as well.
So following the placement of principals, we do currently have a 2-year induction program and mentoring where we are working with our first and second year principals, as well as this year we are carrying that out into year 3 with a Leading for Change program so that we can really be intentional about, now that you have the foundation skills, how are you really going to pull it all together and lead for student outcomes that really move in the right direction? So that will be expanded this year for year 3. In addition, we did launch last year also a Harvard Certificate in School Management and Leadership, which is really about adaptive leadership, and we had 35 principals participate in that. And this year coming up, BB&T has an Educational Leadership Institute in North Carolina, which they have agreed to fully fund for our principals to go through that. And that is really reflective on personal leadership. What are my triggers? How can I get better to lead my staff? And that then creates better outcomes for students.
The final thing we wanted to share is about transformational principals. We had a couple of cohorts of transformational principals identified many years ago, and this year, working in partnership with the Piazza Joint Governing Panel, we executed two cohort application processes to identify new transformational principals. I believe that Dr. Santelices and Piazza are going to share at an August board meeting information about newly identified transformational principals from those two selection processes. This is an exciting part of our principal pipeline because we have taken this opportunity to be really clear with identified transformational principals about their responsibility in that role to continue doing great work within their school and to support other principals across the district or to support systemic things that we're doing to support principals. So you see on the left side that when you're a transformational principal, there are activities planned in order to build their capacity as a transformational principal. And then on the right side, different categories of opportunities that transformational principals will participate in. Some of them have done this already. So when we think about mentoring activities, we have transformational principals who were previously in the role, who went through some professional development in order to prepare to be matched with a mentee who is a new principal. So it's an opportunity for us to leverage the talent of these highly effective principals to support others. So everyone who's been either was an existing transformational principal or is newly identified will be committing to activities in one of those categories. And with that, we are open to questions. I will say that Ashley could not be here because he's participating in some of his own professional development this week.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Frank?
Thanks. Mr. Grant Skinner, we heard earlier that there's reason to be hopeful that we're holding on to our best principles, that we're making progress in that area, but we're still losing more than we're keeping. And my question is it entirely separate presentation on how to retain our best and brightest assistant principals and principals? So this is about investing in the pipeline, which is a significant investment in our human resources. And yet, what are we doing to make sure that this investment is something that we benefit from for a long time and that they don't go elsewhere? So is that a separate conversation, a separate initiative?
I mean, I can share now. So I want to make sure that, that especially given that it was not on a slide, that the data point I shared earlier is that I've been clear about what that shows, because it doesn't mean that all the rest of our principals who were effective or highly effective are leaving the district. I mean, what I can say now is each of the last 2 years, so for the 2018-2019 school year and now for the 2019-2020 school year, I know last year was, and I believe this year is now, this will be the year with the second least turnover among our principals in something like a dozen years. So we actually are retaining a lot of our principals, and as I think if we were to more specifically talk about our highest performing principals, we're definitely retaining most of them.
And what are we doing to retain them and increase the retention rate for our best principals and assistant principals?
Yeah, I think that part of it is actually at the very beginning, ensuring that there is strong induction. So, 2 years ago, we had a 0-year principal induction program. Roxanne has talked about building out over time a 3-year.
What is induction? What does that mean?
Just support for first-year principals. So it includes monthly sessions, it includes coaching, including coaching you all have approved with BKL, as well as support with mentors who are transformational principals. So induction is sort of all the supports that come together in the first years in the job. So I think that our bet here is that leads to long-term retention of high-performing principals. I think otherwise, we think about things like support from ILEDs for our principals that is supposed to be a strategy to actually help people become great, but then also be retained over time as well.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Go
Mayor.
ahead.
So with the assistant principal pipeline and the principal pipeline, are we also looking at ways to support principals in becoming an ILED in that type of role, to serve in some sort of systemic leadership?
To actually support other principals, but it also is a development opportunity for them to be mentoring other principals, to be leading professional development, to be helping us select future assistant principals and principals. So those activities that are here on the left side are really what we're saying we're giving them, but then on the right side, the items that are there also, they are learning new skills as they're participating in those things. We haven't in the last couple of years had an opening in specifically the ILED role, so we haven't had a chance to actually take someone from that and move them into that role, but I believe that the work that we're doing with transformational principals should be building people, building a bench for that role as well.
And at some point, also, I would like to hear more about how the ILED cultures and supports principals to do more of the retention, because the pipeline is fine, and thank you for your service with the presentation. But I would be more interested to see or to hear more about the capacity of the ILED position and how that position supports the development, the ongoing development of our school-based leadership. In addition, I have a question about the Towson partnership. So how are staff members selected? You may have said it, but how are staff members selected to go into that Towson University partnership? I think it's important for us to know.
Yeah, there is an application process as well, so there's a screening through the application process.
So they apply. It's not like they are selected, they apply for it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Correct.
Thanks. Thank you.
Commissioner Frank, you have another
To
question?
follow up again on our principals, or assistant principals, when they do leave, do we do exit interviews?
We are actually starting that. I did my first one, so we are starting to do that to make sure that we are collecting some data on the reasons why from their perspective as well.
Right, I would agree that's valuable to do and done in the private sector.
Mhm.
Just to second Commissioner McFadden's comments on ILEDs, in addition to the supports that they provide principals, I wonder if there's value to them being trained to sort of try to identify the risk factors that might exist in principals before they happen, sort of the flight risk before it happens. That probably, I don't know what the skills are in doing that, but it seems to me that those of us that have been in management know that, when we know good employees that are looking around, and we do whatever we can to intervene. And that might be a valuable skill, particularly if our ILEDs have been in these positions for a long time.
Commissioner Frank, I couldn't agree more, right? I, myself, and Mark Etienne met with every principal at the beginning of the year, and we'll do that this year too, to have that type of conversation. It's a performance conversation, but it's also about the trajectory of a principal and what they're thinking about next, and really kind of what they want to do with their career, to kind of have that in-depth discussion. But that also happens at the halfway point of the year. It happens a little bit later in the year. That is one of the things that I want to make sure we're not, is that we're rarely surprised when someone ends up wanting to leave. It will happen from time to time, but for the most part, I think we've had a pretty good pulse of our principals and been very direct about their performance and what the outlook is. And it's kind of all wrapped around in that type of human capital discussion.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
I was just going to add, Commissioner Frank, to the first part of your question earlier. We can certainly provide some data I think that will be helpful about principal retention, because I will delicately say that we have not had a significant issue with having principals choose to leave when they are high performing. So I think that the data will show that actually the things that are in place are successful in keeping our high performing principals.
Okay, thank you. We look forward to the next update, and I think you've indicated some things that we want to focus and emphasize in that update also. So thank you.
And if I could, I just want to thank you all and reiterate again that 3 years ago, I returned to a district where there was absolutely nothing in place for new early career principals. We had transformational principals in name only. The regular professional learning for principals was paltry at best. And the fact that we're not fully there, but the amount of ground that you have covered, Ashley, Roxanne, I know when you left Cecil, you never ever imagined you'd have to pull through what you did, but I just want to commend you and the HC team for the work you have done over the last couple of years, literally building back non-existent support. So thank you.
I'll just say ditto to that. Thank you. We're going to move to two items, discussion around policy. First one is policy GCO, the employee evaluations. It's a first reader.
Mr. Etienne, we hear wonderful things about you often. It's great to see you at the table presenting now.
Thank you.
Just thought I'd break it a little bit. Just to,
Hi, sorry about that. My name is Jessie Papia. I'm the Director of Employee Effectiveness. I work with the Office of Human Capital on employee evaluations. While I have the opportunity and privilege to discuss our work thus far on the Employee Evaluation Board policy, GCO, I would also just acknowledge the folks who have joined me as well to help with answering questions and also share with any perspective as we go through. And this includes Chief of Schools John Davis, Jeremy Grant Skinner, our Chief Human Capital Officer, and Mark Etienne, one of the ILEDs of our community learning networks.
And I just want to be clear that even with all those like chief and ED sitting around you, you still lift the majority of this work. So I just want to say that publicly, Jack.
Thank you very much. It's always a team effort. Thank you.
You do.
Thank you. Before we jump in, I want to thank people who have given their feedback today, people who have come to in-person feedback sessions this year, in previous years, people who have taken the time to email the board, to email me and my team, and also for folks who have provided feedback online as well, depending on what ways worked best for them to share their feedback. There's a lot of interest and passion from folks around employee evaluations, and I would just again want to acknowledge and thank people for bringing that here and sharing their perspective. We are going to, out of respect for the interest, and I would say the varying interest that we are holding in the feedback that we've heard from various stakeholder groups, we're going to focus our time on one regulation, and that is Regulation RD around formal observations of teacher-level certificated staff. I could not hold my role and not at least just come back to and reiterate that this is a regulation, an important regulation, but one regulation among several others, grounded and connected to a policy that is about ensuring meaningful and authentic feedback and reviews of performance and support for all employees across the district, and that no matter the role an employee serves, we know that they are a leader from their seat and that they change and transform the experience of our students. Our hope and intent is that as folks review, watch the video, and enjoy today's discussion, they will go and review the appendix slides, which include feedback that we received on other regulations and some of the work we've done to respond to that feedback. To lead us into the discussion and more focus around the regulation on formal observations, one thing I do just want to bring us back to is that this policy is a rework and a revision of expectations that have been grounded in the performance-based evaluation system, often referred to as PBS. That was last revised in 2003. A couple of items that we just want to highlight on the slide is that when we consider timeline, that is 16 years ago. As Jeremy reminded me, it is a generation of our kids are coming close to, since we have revisited and come back to the policies and the procedures that are outlined there. So we are excited for this opportunity to review and refresh some of the expectations and how we describe process and roles and responsibilities to align with our curriculum expectations, what we see in our college career readiness standards, and even as we think about the shifts we've had in employee evaluations, going back to 2013 when we shifted to teachers and principals in the effectiveness framework. We shared with the board during the May Policy Committee that the intended outcomes of this proposed policy include clarifying the board's purpose for evaluating employees, clarifying the board's definition of high-quality performance by employees, and aligning the processes for feedback, conferences, and observations of practice with our current context. One thing I would just want to hold here, because there's so much feedback and I would say some concern and some seeing an opportunity from folks, that will be reflected in guidance that we are going to try to live out through communication and training, but may not necessarily fit or be able to be resolved entirely by policy and regulation alone. One thing I would draw attention to is we have threaded through with our policy and regulations where we are trying to reinforce and align with those intended outcomes. When we think about, just for example, Regulation A, which is focused on employee evaluations, the regulation calls out that rubrics will align with employee roles. That's Guideline 7. It also calls out that evaluators are trained in the use of those rubrics and the implementation of them. That's Guideline 4. The regulation and the policies call us, they lay that charge and acknowledge the importance of having rubrics aligned to role and having trained evaluators. We have to then do the work to make sure that there is meaningful training for our evaluators. That is very much in response to stakeholder feedback we hear today and that we have heard over time. And we think about even the work around reviewing our rubrics, that is collaborative work with employee stakeholder groups. And it is years of work to make sure that we're refining and tweaking language to reflect what our folks do now and in the future, how that role may need to shift based on the needs of our students. I would just to lay context, I anticipate some folks don't think about employee evaluations across the district nightly. I don't know if I would claim nightly, but it could come close. But I would just reiterate, I want to clarify for folks some of the differences in structure and why you see then some of the changes we proposed in regulation. And explicitly, I'd call out, in 2013, we shifted to employee effectiveness frameworks. Currently, those have only been used in teacher and principal evaluations. They call out different discrete components that are then combined together. Data is gathered across the year, and it is intended to reflect a balance of the complexity and the multifaceted work of our educators and our leaders. We also have employee evaluation forms. So there's our end-of-year forms, some accompany with rubrics of varying levels of detail. But this is where the evaluator, looking back across the year, is going to then determine the end-of-year rating for the employee. And the evidence they use could come from structured announced moments. Very often it is coming from unannounced or unstructured moments and interactions in order to form that end-of-year rating. So I call out in particular some of our different employee groups and then how this is lived and experienced. For our classroom teachers, their professional practice, when all data is available, is measured by professional expectations and formal observations using our instructional framework rubric. These are distinct components. Data is gathered from these distinct components and compiled together to calculate the end-of-year rating. For formal observations, I would just note and call out that based on current district guidance and policy, which exists in PBS from 2003, what that means is that the formal observations must be announced with a pre-observation conference to discuss the lesson or activity to be observed, the formal observation, and then followed by a pre-observation conference and feedback. Folks have asked about informal observations. Why is this push for unannounced formal observations in a way that feels, to use somebody's words earlier today, targeted to our teacher level staff? It is not our intent to target, it is to acknowledge that we have existing policy and guidance that right now means we are only able to include data for 40% of a teacher's evaluation that is based on an announced moment in time. For our other teacher level certificated staff who still have the end of year evaluation form, they also follow under the purview of PBS. They also have announced formal observations, but the end of year evaluation form and the rating that their supervisor gives them at the end of the year may be informed by other data, including things from informal walkthroughs, unannounced moments of engagement, and observation of practice. I then end with just calling out for all school leaders, our administrators, support staff, so many critical folks who serve in varied roles across our district. Many of them also have where their professional practice, again, is at the end of the year form, as I mentioned. I would just call out for that our school leaders, they do have an effectiveness framework. The nature how data is collected for their professional practice is that it is not based on announced moments in time. Their feedback using the leadership framework for their evaluation includes data from pop-in moments from their ILED, various data and interactions with parents and students and the school leader themselves. I would highlight here, I've had the privilege to work on employee evaluations for several years now, sometimes serving in different roles, but always on the same team. This year, and we noted before the May 21st Board Policy Committee some of the engagement that we've done. I was hashtag Facebook famous for a moment. Don't want to brag, but over 3,400 views. And so that was an exciting moment to talk with folks about some of this work and what we were approaching and considering in the policy and regulation. But I would highlight, because folks have seen this before, that this is again grounded in feedback we've received over several years. This includes feedback from summer feedback sessions where teachers came and shared with us their experience with evaluations. It includes feedback from the Southern Regional Education Board, SREB, when they came in and facilitated focus groups as well to help gather and kind of compile feedback for us and hearing the voice of teachers, principals, and various stakeholders. Okay, so this is to note some new or updated information. So after the May 21st Policy Committee meeting, there has been continued engagement. We're excited for the engagement, and I would credit all the folks who have given us feedback, again, through the varying platforms, because they have given us material to work with, and you see that we call out updates that we have made already in response to this feedback and what folks have shared with us. You see that we had a balance of in-person feedback sessions. We announced these through the June 1st City Schools News. We also reminded folks about this and included links to our Facebook video and other materials in the June 14th City Schools News. We had the online feedback survey where we had 97 responses as of July 14th, majority of folks who are affiliated with BTU. We included webinars. I thought it was going to be a hit. It didn't quite work out, but I continue to think that using mixed media and online platforms is a way to help reach folks who may not be able to travel to us. And then in the Leadership Institute, we also gathered feedback to try to hold and hear from folks who serve as teacher-level staff and school leaders. One thing I would note, actually I can, as we shift to themes, from our perspective, we are responding to common themes and feedback that we have heard in this current engagement and over time. I've also heard, and folks have shared, that sometimes things feel too rushed. Can't we move a little bit slower? And you're going to see some updates we made to timing and trying to build in a transition period to the regulation. But I would also just call out that there are also folks who hold that we are going too slow, and that anytime we can increase the authenticity of feedback and support that educators receive, that is improving the opportunity and the educational experience of students that year, because each student has that school year, and we have to make sure the resources and the supports and the transparency in the feedback are all available across our schools and our classrooms. I could not stop myself from mentioning other themes in feedback, both positive and things for us to consider. So there was an appreciation, and I am inspired daily when I get to hear from educators and school leaders where folks continue to come back to their appreciation that we call out student success at the forefront, thinking about really naming that feedback and development for staff is a value for our district. Folks appreciated that that we may not have to evaluate all staff every year fully. We're certainly needing to think through implementation, some of our contracts and the connection with pay, making sure our certificated staff are okay when it comes to renewal of their cert. But we have named that we are interested in pursuing on and off cycle evaluations, and we've received a lot of positive feedback. And then also in general, folks said, this felt clear, this was concise. Some folks shared, this seemed like what it was before, so I was encouraged by that. And so those were some of the positive themes. I would say that in terms of suggestions, just continuing employee engagement and feedback, making sure that the process is transparent. We've leaned on the board policy process, which includes public comment. I mentioned other feedback sessions and engaging with folks over several years, but I want to make sure I lift that up for the board to hear because we heard it from others. And then some interest in increasing clarification that may actually be more appropriate to guidance, training, or forms. So some folks were interested in, can you, this looks great, can you show me an IDP form, for example? So kind of wanting to get to the brass tacks of it. I end with just highlighting that in bold you'll see called out. Again, we are holding consistent themes in around formal observations from different stakeholder groups. And those themes are concern from our teacher level staff. And as folks have shared here, and it felt very similar to what we've heard in our engagement sessions, concerned about their use. Could it be punitive? Are these gotchas? Where is the support and the trust? And I would say that from our school leaders, consistently, we are hearing that this is an opportunity to make sure that every moment they're in the classroom, the feedback that they give is meaningful and authentic and can lead to support and development. While when you consider the scale of how many BTU employees we have and how many school leaders we have, the numbers, I'm excited by the engagement, I would say relative percentage-wise, are still relatively small, but there's consistency in each group's feedback. And so that is, certainly informing our work. So there's one thing I wanted to call out here, just for clarification. So there were a couple of questions where folks were like, I hate the idea of unannounced formal observations. But yeah, definitely include informal observations. And so I wanted to be able to address what we would need to do to an informal observation to make it meet the COMAR requirements and be included in a teacher's evaluation. So COMAR requires that there are at least 2 observations. They may be announced or unannounced as long as they are with full knowledge of the teacher. They have to be conducted by trained observers. You have to share a written observation report, and there have to be claims and evidence to kind of meet this expectation from the state. Right now, our informal observations may be unannounced. They're the quick walkthroughs folks mentioned. People use different and varying forms, look-fors that are used. They may vary by school based on priorities for the school. The observers can vary, including teacher level staff, peers, and then also there may be any number of these. We would have to start putting structures in place around informal observations, which would in effect create the unannounced formal observations that we're discussing today. So in terms of the feedback that we have heard, I think about how much it shows about folks' experience in schools, how much it shows about the pride that people take in their work, wanting to present as exemplary every day, knowing the passion and the effort that goes into how they present. And when I think about some of the feedback and themes, some of them are, again, not things that would be able to be addressed in their entirety by regulation. Some of these include feedback on the instructional framework rubric. How are we making sure that this is aligned with key actions that lead to student learning? How do we make sure that it is manageable and it feels appropriate for all classrooms and grade level settings? We hear often about training of observers. And the need for consistency in well-trained observers, and a desire for folks who are conducting observations who have content knowledge that is shared with the teacher. I would say often we hear about the level of support and supportive relationships, and trust came up often. And I do wonder, I do not believe that evaluations, and when we evaluate or measure things, it's because we don't trust. We measure what we value. We measure what is important, what we want to support and invest in, and we believe the outcomes are critical. When I hear folks bring up trust, I think about what it has felt like, whether in their current setting or in previous working relationships, where maybe they didn't feel that trusting space. And then folks have also mentioned sometimes around the connection with pay and how that can just kind of transform some folks' receptivity to feedback and willingness to be vulnerable. So I highlight these because they were important. We heard them from folks in engagement groups, and I highlight them because some of these we are working to address, but they could not be addressed in regulation. We are now working around, have been all of 2018-19. We are using 2019-20 as a foundation year around revisions and updates to our instructional framework rubric, grounded in feedback over several years from teachers and school leaders. When we think about the training of observers, we had Colleen Reyes work with us over the last several years. A couple of board meetings ago, we also have procured through PowerSchool licenses through an online platform for videos and training around observations, so that we have the infrastructure to support this. And recently, the BTU Joint Oversight Committee, the JOC, approved an AU menu item so that there may be AUs available for teacher leaders who support in the norming and development of resources that can be used in observer training. The last thing I would note, is just when we think about best practice and research, we are working to address and even hear some of the themes where from the MET project and work and some of the reports stemming from there. They even have one that is about trustworthy observations, and I think the wording is so important. And it focuses on training for observers, refining rubrics that highlight key teach actions, thinking about the increase in the number of observations and having multiple trained qualified observers. So some of that work I think is touched upon in the regulation, but we have to live it outside of that in response to feedback and in the research. Yeah, please.
Good evening. I want to speak to a few things that I just heard. I'm not used to this. Jesse say. But first, I want to acknowledge the concerns and the fears and anxieties that I heard tonight. I think they're completely legit. I think it's a very scary thought for a teacher in our current system to consider a principal being able to walk into their classroom unannounced and judge them. That is real. And I don't think that it should, and not to say that we are, but I think that we should really think about what that feels like. I joke with Dr. Sanalisis often that in August, she'll visit schools, walk around to see if things are up to standard, and so will Chief Davis. And if they're not, my phone will ring. And I don't know when it's going to happen. Sometimes it happens after dinner, sometimes it happens before. And the conversation is usually a very specific and intense one. But over the last 3 to 4 years, my network is better for it. There are times where I hear things I didn't expect, things that I didn't think would come up, but in them coming up and myself becoming vulnerable to receive the feedback, and Dr. Sanalisis building trust in our relationship, we've been able to make significant change in those schools. I try to model this vulnerability and trust building in everything that I do with our principals and teachers. We often do walkthroughs, as Jesse mentioned. And oftentimes when we go into the classrooms, the teachers might know that we're coming, but they don't necessarily know what we're focusing on, what we're looking for, or what bar we're using to measure what we see. And when we're done, we usually try to leave some positive and some ideas of growth for those teachers to develop. And so I want to both acknowledge that, yes, there are some scenarios where the policy could be misused, but there's a big difference between policy and bad practice. And I do believe, and I know for a fact because I live it every day, that there are principals and teachers that are already engaging in unannounced visits, building capacity with quality feedback on a consistent basis. And although it's not there yet in the PARC data in terms of proficiency, it's certainly there in student movement out of level 1 into 2, out of 2 into 3. We've been tracking this very closely. And I'm not only speaking for myself, I'm also speaking for some of my other colleagues that lead networks as ILEDs. So there are multiple perspectives here. And I want to respect the BTU and all the teachers that have come tonight and have spent their time to make this case. I understand why. And if I were a teacher in Baltimore City, I can't say that I might feel differently. But there are others that are growing tremendously from being able to expose their practice, be vulnerable, and receive feedback that doesn't always feel good. And the other thing I want to say about this is, this comes down to relational trust. And I think that we all have work to do, including myself, in not just building it, but maintaining it. And someone said earlier, we need to sit down, all different stakeholders, to talk about what that means. And I certainly not only support that, but definitely want to be involved in that, part of why I'm here tonight. So I didn't want to get on a tangent, but I just want to offer that we can talk about both and. It doesn't have to be either or. And I do think there's a big difference between policy, what's accessible and available as a tool, to those that are abusing practice that need to be held accountable. And I, for one, am certainly, and my principals will vouch for this, I take vulnerability and trust very seriously. It's one of my top priorities, and if they were here, they would tell you the same. So I hope that, as we continue this presentation and continue to have this conversation, we can talk more about both ends and not extremes, because it feels like that's where it is.
Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, thank you very much. And this is a great presentation. Hopefully it won't be too long, but it's a great presentation. I guess one thing that's driving is the dichotomy and the conflict I have. You had Mr. Giddings come here say 100% of the principals said they should do unannounced. Then somebody from the BTU said 99.4% of the teachers said we shouldn't have it. So how can we get a meeting of minds where you got 100% on both sides? Is there it can't all be binary. So where we get to say, hey, 70% both agree? I mean, because right now you got 100 on one side, 100 on the other side. It's too binary to get it to work. So how do we get it to work?
I appreciate that call out, and that goes to, it is true, depending on the stakeholders we're hearing from, there are very common, consistent themes. I would say that the 99% of teachers, it was of 10% of all teachers who replied to the survey. And so it is hard for us to understand every individual's perspective, but I will say, again, the themes are common, and we need to be able to address those. I do wonder, not just in the interest of time, but to speak to that, there's some things later on where we talk about how we are proposing and have updated our regulation for a 2-year transition where there would be the first formal observation is announced with a pre-observation conference. So that would be in 2019-20 and 2020-21. And then the other formal observation or observations would be unannounced. And I think some of it is learning together and experiencing it. Some of this is from fear. Folks haven't experienced anything different since 2003, and they certainly haven't experienced it since 2013 with our teacher effectiveness framework and rubric and how that's been applied. So our interest here is to have that transition time to build the trust, to have people experience this in a more balanced way, hearing what we did from teachers and school leaders. And at the same time, that is while the work I mentioned, let me just, look at that. The work that we're doing around the rubric and around training and integrating some of this into the CLN walks and debriefs and thinking about how we're helping our leaders strengthen their feedback arm and the way they support their teachers. I think that over the next 2 years, with these things happening concurrently in a way that is complementary, we might find ourselves in a place where it is not as daunting anymore because it's not new and it's not different. And we've been strengthening, I'd say, both the experience and the support that teachers receive.
Commissioner Hassan has
I have
a question. I'm sorry.
Just a clarifying question. And first, Mark, I really appreciate your perspective on this because I do think and I said this at the policy committee meeting with you as well, that it's, I don't think it's an either or yet. I think there's something in the middle that I think could be really beautiful. During public testimony, someone mentioned that informal observations can be used for PIPs. Is that the case? So if that's the case, then the walkthroughs and things. So what we're talking about, and I think this would be helpful for the community, if you could define what is the outcome of the formal observation, and how is that different than a work plan or a professional improvement plan that might be in place?
I appreciate that. Thank you for the question. Yes, a key difference, and I think it's actually a difference we're hearing in how teachers are also reacting. Because I heard folks earlier today say, come in any day. You can do walkthroughs all the time. I welcome feedback. And it starts to feel different at the point of a formal observation. And I'd say it's because a difference there is that the ratings and and what is observed there becomes part of the annual evaluation and informs the rating in ways that the informal walkthroughs and some of the other spaces for feedback are not. And I would acknowledge, that is also something we are interested in. We absolutely want people to receive feedback and coaching. When I hear from teachers that the feedback that they get from an announced formal observation is not likely to be the feedback they need because they knew going in they wanted to be exemplary, that is so hard to hear because it means those were 2 moments. An observer who is trained came in to give feedback on a rubric that is aligned to teaching practices and decisions that help student learning. But we don't know for sure the feedback afterward is going to really help drive improvement. So that is absolutely an interest and a value that we hold. We also want our evaluations to give us an authentic picture of daily practice. We talk about decisions we would make with evaluations, including how we might look at district-wide data for professional development, think about how we would invest resources. I provide to CLNs data around observations so that they can think about the conversations that they would have with their principals. What are the teach areas to focus on? We also make decisions around retention and pay and career trajectory. Those have to be grounded in data we believe is reliable, as much as the feedback that people receive has to be grounded in also their daily practice in ways that will help them and their kids. Okay. I would touch on, and this was also brought up in public comment, the examples that are here are in response to and to highlight feedback and questions we received from stakeholders. Some folks wondering, well, what does this look like in other LEAs across Maryland? What are other cities doing? And it is not so much that we wanted to, I believe Howard County had come up as an example, not so much we wanted to follow lockstep what Howard County does. What we were doing was looking at and just making sure we weren't doing something that made us too much an outlier or an anomaly. And actually we would see across the board that there are blends in other LEAs around the inclusion of announced and unannounced formal observations. Some of the LEAs include a requirement of at least one of each. Others say it can be either. Whether announced or unannounced and at the discretion of the observer. So there is a range there. We are actually, in terms of only allowing unannounced observations, a bit different. And the only thing I would note, Carroll County, theirs are announced, but they also are providing like a week timeline. So it's not necessarily like the day activity lesson of.
Now, some of us are here filling a business slot, so all of this is new to me. So
Sure.
the second column, is the distinction that unannounced visits are made part of the evaluation as opposed to unannounced visit that can lead to informal feedback and coaching. So this second column, in all these cases, these unscheduled visits to the classroom are made part of the evaluation for the teacher. Is that correct?
It's correct. The policy allows for them to be included in the evaluation.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I would also say that formal observations that are announced also should be leading to, and we expect to lead to, coaching and support as well, not only the informal observations.
And it's COMAR that prohibits informal from being part of the evaluation process, correct? Or is that a policy of ours?
Yeah, no, that's a great, thank you for that. The COMAR doesn't take a stance on informal. What they do say is that observations of practice may be announced or unannounced, and then they give some parameters. It is our current PBS policy that describes formal observations as announced, as being part of the evaluation, and that informals and walkthroughs, can inform feedback. But it is actually, we are addressing our PBS policy and how we have described the boundaries for formal observations in an evaluation. And that's a bit long-winded, and just to say, sometimes I can be that way, and also, if we were to look in some of these LEAs, they mention the unannounced observation, they call it an informal, but it is mentioned explicitly as part of the evaluation, so some of it is a variation in vocabulary. We also looked at other states and cities, and I would just say, again, we notice in places like Washington, D.C., and Hillsborough, and Milwaukee, and Newark, and New York, and Fort Worth. I mean, there are varying places where having unannounced observations of practice are part of teacher evaluations, and they range in what they look like and how they're applied. And in many of them, they also include announced and unannounced as that balance, but they do include unannounced observations in evaluation. So here's a portion where we'll kind of walk through some of the updates we've made in response to feedback. I appreciate the patience, and just certainly stop me for any clarifying questions. You'll see this throughout the document and the drafts that are posted. So we heard, this even came up in the public comment today, so I'm excited to be able to address that. We heard from folks about an interest in having formal observation windows in order to kind of align with the school year and contractual timelines. And folks really shared how the beginning of the school year, needing that time to establish procedures, build relationships, and get to know their students better. So we have established windows now in our regulation, and we have specified that formal observations, whether, I believe it's whether announced or unannounced, could not occur until October 1st. So giving that time and space in response to feedback. Another space where we heard feedback was around clarifying expectations and process for announced and unannounced formal observations. And so sometimes folks were using terms interchangeably. We said at the beginning that one of our outcomes, our intent is to have more clarity. So you'll see that we updated the definitions, and also in the regulation itself, we clarify what constitutes an announced formal observation, which is really the pre-observation conference of the lesson or activity to be observed, and what would be unannounced. We heard feedback from employees, and I mentioned this and touched on it earlier, so I'll go a little bit more quickly, but I believe very strongly in this proposed update. We heard from folks about the timing, needing more time, let's not go too quickly. How do we make sure that we are aligning with the updates to the instructional framework rubric and training for our observers? And just again, I would say to reiterate the concern and the fear from folks about some of the unintended negative consequences. So what we have done is establish the two-year transition period to have both announced and unannounced, and to lead with the first formal observation of the year being announced. So it's something folks are familiar with, used to, and I think will give more time for school communities to come together around expectations. You will see that we make permanent in our proposed updates where the first formal observation for all new teachers would be announced. I would believe it's really important for folks who are coming in new to the practitioner to have that announced and kind of understanding more the expectations of their school leader and observer. Oh no, okay. We have also, we heard from folks a concern where we had initially said May, that formal observations may be unannounced. We had actually, because we were interested in holding some of that autonomy and flexibility for school level decisions, we heard interest from stakeholders in having more clarity and consistency. And so we have proposed an update where may be unannounced becomes will be unannounced, and in accordance with formal observation guidance. So if there are spaces or parameters we need to describe, this calls out that will have to be created and communicated. Okay, sorry. Okay. We heard from folks concerned. Well, first of all, let's start with the positive. We heard feedback about the value of informal walkthroughs. Folks were very open about wanting people in their classroom to give feedback and the value of that. We also heard concern where maybe the pre-observation conference was needed because the observer didn't know their kids or their classroom or didn't have the right context. So what we have included as an update is that we're requiring before the first unannounced formal observation of a school year, there would be at least one informal conducted by the qualified observer. So the observer needs to come in, needs to see the kids, needs to give some formative feedback before they would come in for an unannounced formal observation as part of an evaluation. And then we also heard often from folks, it really needs to be as clear as possible the purpose and intent of formal observations. I appreciate what Mark shared about there is policy and then there is practice, but we want to at least make sure there can be no doubt in our policy what the expectation and intent is. And so we clarify that formal observations should occur as an opportunity to observe employees' regular professional practice.
There's a question
Yes.
about that policy and practice.
Yep.
We heard earlier, and I asked the question, and I'm not sure I articulated well, this question of bias. And you want a system, regardless of what system we have in place, you want to minimize bias. Although you say if it exists, you have to hold people accountable. There was a suggestion that this change might give people, evaluators with bias, more ability to express that bias. I didn't understand that question.
Yeah.
Did you hear that comment?
I did.
Teachers, can you explain it?
So I think about in line with that comment and your question during public comment, some of the feedback that we hear from folks, I think even to the board policy committee presentation, where folks shared here is my lived example where because I did X, my observer came in, right, and gave me ratings that don't reflect my practice, but their feelings about me. That exists right now, based on what folks are sharing in some places, with announced formal observations and the pre-observation conference. And so I would say that fear, and I would say a lack of trust in our observers and our school leaders is where that feedback comes from. Because I would say I agree with at least some of what I thought I was hearing in your question. I think that if we believe someone would make a conscious, deliberate choice to not follow protocol, it's not an issue of training. It's not an issue, it's not an issue of training, but choice, I think that is actually more about an accountability and a transparency discussion we have to see where that's happening. I don't think unannounced formal observations increase the likelihood of bias.
I would just add a very specific example that we could imagine, which informed this update, is if the observation were unannounced, someone could, with no parameters, that could mean that an observer chooses specifically to execute the unannounced formal observation because they know that it's a bad day, because they know that there was a significant disruption, which is why we included this to say that you cannot perform the unannounced observation at a time when there's something that is different from normal. Not after a fire drill, not after an assembly.
And based on specific examples and questions that folks shared with us, you're going to see in 2 slides, we wanted to be able to show folks we hear them, we respect what they're sharing, and we want to address it. It might not be regulation where we can give the list of things that could be a significant disruption. We direct folks to guidance, but we list, and I'm going to actually jump there for a moment. So you see what this is not intended to be comprehensive, but I want to provide examples of what we are considering for guidance, where these would be examples that it would not be reasonable to think it is the teacher's regular practice. These are not the right moments for a formal observation, announced or unannounced. And these include things like when a teacher is testing or assessing students. Clearly, you're not going to see our teachers being all-stars at facilitating content. At that point, they're helping our kids demonstrate what they've learned. Class meal after a fire drill or an assembly, student altercation or medical emergency, teachers covering another class, so it's not their students necessarily, but they're providing support for the school team, or the day before a holiday break. So these are some examples. They come from explicit examples or questions that we heard from folks in feedback sessions.
In the process, was there ever any consideration about saying, okay, I'm going to come in and observe Mr. McFadden, I'm here to observe your class. Mm-hmm. Him saying, great, welcome, can I get my union rep or a master teacher to join you for this observation?
That's not that I recall as a
I'm just thinking that might
question.
mitigate some things, because then it's a second voice that wasn't necessarily chosen by the teacher as their best buddy, but might also create a culture of professional network accountability and teachers supporting excellence amongst each other.
But should we outline that in policy?
I don't know. We can't talk about this stuff. We can't talk about policy if we're together unless we do it in public. So I'm just throwing it out there as a something.
I wanted to kind of go off of what I was looking at this report. It says that it's conducted by a trained observer. Mm-hmm. What does a trained observer necessarily have to be a vice principal or have to be a principal? And if not, then is there a way that we can find a impartial person that maybe not work in the school or is a partner of Baltimore City Schools that can observe this teacher or these teachers, so that way the teachers won't feel like that they're being targeted, or they won't feel like, even though I am having an unannounced observation, that I'm still being observed professionally with lack of bias and everything.
That's a great question and call out, and very consistent with some of the feedback that we heard from teacher groups, with the interest of, could there be someone, I'd say principals brought in more the examples of folks from other schools, but where teachers came in, they were mentioning like content experts who work at district office, who could be someone who's a qualified observer. Right now, our parameters and our definition in the policy around qualified observer talks about the need for them to be trained, certificated. It is interesting that our practice thus far has not included other teacher level staff in conducting formal observations, and I think some of it is a concern of conflict of interest from the representative body. But I think that's exactly in line with some of the feedback we've heard from folks. Our intent is not to limit who is qualified as an observer, but we want to make sure it is clear we expect them to be trained and normed.
I'm just going to ask one, I'm assuming, I'm reading it, and it should be pretty clear, but and this is probably my bias showing. A part of teaching includes assessment. So explain to me what you mean when you're saying teacher is testing. Do you mean standardized testing? Because I'm sorry. A good teacher is always assessing to see, to determine what to teach next. So why would that not be something that a qualified observer would not want to see on occasion?
Thank you. Yes, I believe, my interpretation, and this reminds me to be more clear when we work on this, is that it was more of the summative assessment, and the context within the feedback was not so much about the formative assessment that is ongoing during lessons. That's actually one of our teach key actions, checking for understanding and responding to that. I think the intent here was those moments where you might picture students quietly on a computer, writing an essay, something where when the observer comes in, the opportunity for the teacher to demonstrate the teaching actions aligned to our rubric would be limited. And so I think more summative in assessment, but thank you for that. Yeah. To go back one slide, and only to make it dizzy for folks. One thing I did want to note is we wanted to start to show folks, based on feedback and what we're working towards for guidance. So guidance that can give life to the policy and regulations, that can allow us to be more specific to certain employee groups, and even be more adaptable based on like needs and concerns that come up. But when we mentioned that formal observations would be unannounced, in accordance with formal observation guidance, we can think of some instances where having the pre-observation conference would be helpful to get to that authentic assessment of practice. And one of the key ones I can think of is that if there is a qualified observer or school leader coming in from another building to conduct a formal observation, to make sure we're getting multiple perspectives, multiple feedback and lenses for the teacher. So in that instance where that requirement of having the unannounced formal observation, we would be asking another principal potentially come to a school twice in order to do that. This would be a school leader who may not have as much familiarity with the students and some where they are in their lesson and pacing. And so we do believe this is an example that we would call out in guidance where it seems more appropriate to have the pre-observation conference. And when I say appropriate, because we all have a shared interest, I think about our principals, everybody who's here in this room, and our teachers, we want to accurately understand how our teachers are doing. It is not a gotcha. It is not to chase out good teachers. We need to do everything we can to retain good teachers. It is to get to accuracy. And we think this is an example where the pre-observation conference could help an outside observer who's less familiar with the students in the building.
So this would occur when?
So if there were to be, and this is for guidance, just to say, but it would be for an example where Principal Etienne comes to my school and he would conduct one of the formal observations. Maybe I don't have an assistant principal in my building. He could be another qualified observer to get multiple perspective, but it could be potentially the first time he's come to the school. So to have had the conference to discuss the lesson, talk about the students and their needs and how things have been going this year could be needed to get to a more accurate picture of the teacher's performance. We also give examples where for some of our clinicians, they are managed centrally, so their supervisor is based in district office, and that again may be a time where the frequency of when they are visiting schools and seeing folks in practice, that pre-observation conference may be more meaningful to get to an accurate picture of a performance. We don't believe that this is as needed in those instances where the school leader who's there day to day knows their kids, knows their teachers, needs the pre-observation conference to understand how their teacher is doing and give them feedback. And the last thing I'll call out is we've heard from some folks. It was interesting. I had thought 100% across the board when we said we would be interested in opening up annual evaluations to be every other year, having an on-off cycle, thinking about for our consistent high performers, how we can differentiate their experience. And there were some folks, they were not the majority, but there were some folks who their feedback was, I don't know, what if then it means some of our highest performers aren't getting feedback? What if it means that inadvertently we've created a system where the teachers who we want to tell them, great job, this was wonderful, here's a fine tuning, might not get as much visitor attention as others. So what we've outlined here is a call out. We would want guidance to establish that we believe regular informal observations continue to be important, whether someone is on cycle for a full evaluation. And we also are interested in sharing ideas for how folks can use that off cycle for reflection, whether it is opening up their classroom in order to have other teachers come in and then observe and debrief. We think both educators in that instance can benefit from the experience. And also thinking about how they may get coverage, this high-performing teacher, to informally observe other educators in the building and give feedback. And again, that peer-to-peer kind of assistance. So these are some ideas we've had. And I want to acknowledge that it always speaks to me when folks are like, maybe we should be evaluated every year, in acknowledgement of the feedback and how important that is.
I want to take a second because I think first, whenever I hear teachers and there's some angst involved, that makes me think for a minute, right? Because as someone who taught in this district for 10 years and taught middle school classrooms for that long and was a principal trying to support teachers all the time, whenever there's a little bit of angst, you gotta think for a second, right? Because these are the people that we support. I think that goes along with what Mark was saying just a bit ago. But in the end, right, where I think we have to come down on is it's not about the adults, it's not accountability to adults, it's accountability to students, and it's accountability to kids. And if we're gonna be accountable to kids, then that has to be any day of the year. The grind of a school year, I get it. It's 180 days, and it is long, and it is real. And so I want to be as empathetic and honest and reasonable as possible with teachers that we're here to support. But at the same time, kids are getting instruction every single day. And if they're getting instruction every single day, then we have to be accountable for that. The same way that principals are accountable for any time I walk into that building, that has to be the standard for our educators. And so I think the things that Mark brought up about like the real kind of consternation about this is stuff that we have to work through and take very, very seriously. But the bottom line is that we're here for kids and we're here for them every single day. And so our evaluation and our authenticity about it has to be on par for that.
Very briefly along those lines, I want to acknowledge two comments I heard in public comment. One was around the flying chair. And I think it's important to say that in a situation like that, anyone that would consider using that kind of context against a teacher, again, is malpractice. It's just bad practice. Now, there might be some things that a teacher could have done to prevent that, but that's not the space for unannounced observation. And I don't know the person that made that comment, but I think it's important for them to hear from someone who supports principals, to Chief Davis's point, that supports teachers. That's not the space that we're coming from. And if anyone is coming from that space, it's a problem. Secondly, I heard a separate person mention that there are certain conditions that make it almost impossible to equate teacher performance with student outcomes. And there's a big debate about that I don't think is the time to get into now. But I do think that we have schools with children that are homeless, that may not know where the next meal is coming from, that have suffered abuse and trauma, that are making significant gains in short periods of time, which tells me that those teachers are receiving the students as they come, and with support and the right conditions provided by the principal and the community are defying the odds. And it's not rhetoric. We actually have the evidence of it across networks. So to the person who said that, I'm paraphrasing here, that, students come with all kinds of issues and we can't be expected and what have you, teachers are doing it now. It's actually happening. And I certainly want to encourage us to think about how that's happening and replicate that as much as possible. So I get that it's hard, it's really challenging, there's a lot of bad days, but it's doable and we're doing it. And I think that should be the focus of why we want to do these unannounced formal observations and not so much about getting teachers, is to Chief Davis's point about moving students. Because in each of those schools, at least in our network, where we see those gains, there's tremendous openness and vulnerability on both the teacher side and leadership side.
No, thank you. I end with a slide to visually represent that, going back to the intent of GCO board policy about employee evaluations, We are here to create consistency and clarity of expectation, of language, of process, of roles and responsibilities for all employees across our district. It doesn't look consistent right now, but we believe that with this policy, the regulations, and years of collaborative work ahead of us, we can help to support all of our stakeholders in understanding what's expected of them and getting supported so that they are the best they can be for our children.
Jesse, I just want to add there on that slide that, again, we shared at the beginning that because of the interest, particularly in one of the regulations, that is mostly what our presentation tonight focused on. I would bring us back to the beginning with a reminder that we actually have interests beyond just that regulation here, which go back to the point that we have not updated the procedures in writing about employee evaluations for nearly 2 decades. And there are other pieces that we haven't highlighted here to the question that came up before that actually do represent, I think, middle ground, even consensus. So Ms. Backus at the beginning tonight shared an interest in being, or shared an experience from Montgomery County where every teacher didn't have to be evaluated, or didn't have to be observed every year. That's in the Regulation A. Like, we have that here. We just haven't focused on it because it's a place where there actually is agreement. Even within the regulation about formal observations, the changes that Jesse walked through are a reflection of what we've heard and seeking middle ground to say we need to put more parameters. We need to, once we heard from people, it shouldn't be maybe unannounced, but will be unannounced, and we heard it from stakeholders on both sides. That's the update that we made. We have language in there that says that you have to have a post-observation conference in person. BTU wanted us to negotiate that. It's something they have explicitly said they wanted, and here it is in the policy, or in the regulation. So I would just say there are places where I think this does represent middle ground, and I would just say very few organizations actually determine their evaluation systems by consensus. So if the goal is to get to 100% consensus, I do not believe that we are going to get there. I think that we have done a lot of diligent work and certainly can do more to try to get as close to that as we can. But ultimately, we as management also have a responsibility for figuring out the best way to evaluate employees. And I would say we have done that with a spirit of collaboration in all sorts of other ways. There are some aspects of our teacher evaluation that the state requires us to mutually agree with union members on. So the components, the weights, the cut scores, which are not in this policy, they're not in this policy because we actually have to sit down with BTU and agree to those. Actually, one of the first things that President Brown did once she took on the role of the presidency was meet with us, because we had spent 9 months meeting with prior BTU leadership about what the components, weights, and cut scores should be, and came to a point where there were 2 options on the table. And then the election happened, and we met with her and said, we need your input on which of these to do. I think BTU actually surveyed their members to determine what they wanted, and when they told us what they wanted, that's what we went forward with. So there are a lot of evaluation-related elements of our work where we not only gather a lot of input, but actually make decisions directly based on that. And I don't think that will be about every single procedure. That we are not suggesting here that we should determine every single procedure about an evaluation by consensus.
Thank you. Okay, I have Commissioner McFadden, Commissioner Frank.
With this, are we also changing or editing the instructional framework? Is that a part of this process?
It's kind of like a yes and. We are working on and reviewing and updating, sorry, last slides, the instructional framework rubric. It is not directly part of this board policy process. It is one that we were pursuing and would pursue outside of the policy and regulation. And actually, we don't have in the policy or regulation anywhere the rubrics or the components or the forms themselves.
So that wouldn't come to us. We wouldn't be, thank you, that's all I needed.
Oh,
But
sorry,
within
yes.
And this is something that I believe that you all negotiated with the unions, the percentages of the actual evaluation. Is that true?
Yes, because we have a locally developed model rather than the state default model, and we have a shared interest with our union partners to have a locally developed model. We need to come to mutual agreement on the components and weights.
So I just have a few just thoughts around it. The SOLO accounts for 35% of a teacher's evaluation, and that SOLO is generally one, it's a student learning objective where teachers outline a goal for their young people to meet, for their students to meet within a specified amount of time. Why do we only have one SOLO that is attached to that? It's just a question to think about. Why is there one SOLO that is generally looking at one specific standard or skill over the course of an elongated period of time? I just want it to be something that we think about when we're thinking about an evaluation and all of this that we're going through. And then the school performance measures, at the SPM?
Yes.
Is that what that is? That percentage rate for teachers is lower compared to the other evaluation components. Why is that?
I would anticipate, so there's a couple of things there. One, talking about the other components and how they behave or the data we have, they are high. Professional expectations, the average for the district is above 90, I believe, out of 100. Formal observations and SLOs are about a point away from each other, and they're in the 80s. And so one thing I would just say is I don't know how, I would just frame as it is not alone that SPM is low. All of our other data points are high. Another thing I would say about SPM in particular, because we use a norming approach to get to the overall score, you would see a score that is closer to the middle. I believe it's in the high 60s is the average for the district. And so some of it comes down to as well the way that it is scored.
I want to make sure that there's equity around the differences in schools and school communities when we're focusing on an evaluation for all of those folks. With GCO-RD, letter B, numbers 4 and 5 talk about in 2019-2020 and then 2020-21, the first formal observation for an employee will be announced. All other formal observations conducted in each of these 2 years will be unannounced. Okay, I get that. In accordance with the formal observation guidance. Then it says for all school years after school year 2020-21, all formal observations conducted will be announced. Is that the intent of what we were just discussing? So that means all of the observations that are formal will no longer be, they'll all be unannounced after the 2020-21 school year?
In our original proposal at Board Policy Committee, that was our starting point, that all formal observations to be included in evaluation would be unannounced. Based on the feedback that we heard, we've built in, to the point where you called out, the 2 school years of transition to then go to the place of unannounced formal observations for teacher evaluations.
For all of them?
Mhm.
So then,
Well, in accordance with, sorry, yes, all except for first-year teachers, we would continue to make permanent that their first formal observation is announced. And we do reference guidance because there may be instances where an unannounced formal observation,
so
wouldn't
you're
be.
saying for all of, after 2021, that 2021, all of the first observation will be announced?
I am saying that, as we've written it here, after school year 2021, if you are not a first-year teacher, all of your formal observations would be unannounced.
So how does the pre-observation conference work with that unannounced observation?
Yep, so we specify that the pre-observation conference of the lesson or activity to be observed would only occur in instances of announced observations. What we do reference is that for the IDP conversation and the mid-year conversations, that those are spaces for the evaluator and the teacher to spend some time talking about the curriculum and some of the standards and the lessons that are coming up during the next observation window. but we are not requiring a pre-observation conference to talk about that explicit one-day lesson or activity.
Okay. I just have a couple of more things. Can we specify how many informals should occur prior to a formal observation?
As we have it now, we've specified one, but we're certainly open to feedback. Our current practice doesn't specify in general across the year how many informal observations would happen. We didn't get specific numbers. I mean, I would say anecdotally, after the Facebook Live presentation, Principal Rice, who was with us, was like, oh my goodness, I'm going to do 10 informals. And literally one of the comments that popped up was, please don't do 10 informals. But, so we haven't gotten specifics on the number.
Thank you. And then in GCORE, it doesn't speak to how the evaluator coaches the employee. For letter B, number, 11, it just says that the evaluator will monitor. And they will monitor by scheduling review dates with and this is for the professional improvement plan.
Yep.
They'll monitor the employee's progress by scheduling review dates where they meet to discuss and document the progress of the PIP. But that doesn't really speak to the coaching aspect, and is that something that we should specify? Because based on what I think we heard tonight, I get what you're doing, but I think we also want to kind of create cultures of development and support, and we may have to be clear for some of our school leaders on what expectations are around the professional improvement plans through policy. So it's something to consider.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And then for Mr. Etienne, this is a question specifically for you because you work with principals and clearly you were a successful one. What do you think about providing feedback, particularly to teachers after formative observations, after formative assessments of the teachers? What do you think about that? Not just having the feedback, the written feedback for the formal observation, but specifying feedback being provided for informals also.
A few thoughts. First, from what I've learned, the most effective feedback is face-to-face and within 24 to 48 hours. So I think that I see predominantly that happening around informal, 15-minute snapshot observations. So I think it's incredibly valuable. So I'm not sure if that's what you're asking, or if you're asking what do I think about what
Should
feedback?
we mandate that feedback has to be given to an employee, particularly teachers, after informal observations also? So is it, and I'm asking particularly your professional opinion, because I'm asking, what do you think about that? Should we just provide the written feedback in the coaching for the formal, or should we also specify that feedback should be given also after the informal? You would think that it happens, but should we specify that since we're with the policy in front of us?
I think it's the type of thing that we should model by example and do as often as possible. I'm not sure that adding it to policy would change the actual performance of this happening. In fact, it could make it worse. Finding the time to be able to provide regular and consistent feedback for principals is always a challenge, given the life of a principal and the day-to-day responsibilities. I think something that you've pointed out and that Jesse pointed out earlier is building the culture and regular practice of this is what's going to get it to happen more frequently, not necessarily mandating it. I'm very leery of any mandates, especially when it comes to the relationship around giving feedback between teachers and principals. I do think that certain things that we do, we should try to norm around timing and frequency. So when we do learning walks, for example, one of my biggest takeaways in my role is that we want to start to bring teachers into the feedback process day of. So after we've walked the building, have teachers come downstairs and make them available to come downstairs so that they can hear the feedback along with their leaders. I think that's the kind of thing that we can do on the ground without policy. So I would say, I don't know if the policy would make a difference, but certainly building into the work that we do and making it a normed practice would be faster in terms of getting it to become a expected behavior than it would be by putting it in policy.
Yeah, I also want to chime in here for a second. I feel like a lot of times as a principal, you also just walk the building and stop in for a minute and just see how things are going. And I wouldn't want to mandate that every time you step into a classroom, you've got to write some feedback, right? Surely, if you're going to stay for a while, I agree you should give some feedback. I don't think mandating it or putting it in policy is going to get us where we want to get.
Sure. And finally, this is it for me. Should there be a timeline for when the feedback report should be available to the teacher? So as it is written, the post-observation conference has to be held within 10 days, right? But is that teacher then going to wait those 10 days to receive that feedback? That's almost 2 weeks of time where they could be receiving some sort of tool to help improve their practice if there were things to be improved on. I think 10 days is a long period of time to receive that information. I can understand the scheduling around the meeting, but receiving that actual feedback might be more beneficial for the students, in addition to the teacher. But I don't think we want to wait 10 days to get that information to the teacher. So I'm curious if we should specify that timing versus my previous question that I just asked you about informals. And I do think we should specify that time for the sake of student impact. Are we going to let 10 days go with improper practice and that negatively impacts our young people? Or do we want to try to give it, I know school administrators and evaluators, they're inundated with a lot, but I think the ultimate goal is student impact and achievement. So how are we providing that feedback and coaching to those teachers to kind of help them do that in the most efficient way right now?
I appreciate that, and I actually had a clarifying question just for me to bring back. In terms of the written feedback coming, with a time frame that's specified ahead of potentially the 10 days for the post-observation conference, would the feedback also need to include ratings, or is it like feedback, evidence? I'm just curious, like what you pictured that included.
I wouldn't. I don't do that. I don't provide the ratings when I'm going in. It's just specific, targeted. Was it engaged? Because you're not staying long. Like the informal observation is not more, as Mr. Etienne just said, maybe 20 minutes. So I think it should be, best practices, vague. I wouldn't attach. You might want to attach maybe an area of the instructional framework that what you saw in that moment aligns to. But I wouldn't be that detailed.
So you're referring to the informal?
Yes, I think that's what she's also referring to.
I wasn't sure, that's why.
Yeah, I apologize. I thought you were referring to feedback that a teacher would receive after a formal observation. But you were, it was.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am, yes.
Okay. And so I ask the question because sometimes, and I would say it's a shared interest.
I'm sorry, so yeah, if it is the formal, you would want that then, if it is the formal observation, yes.
Okay. That's helpful, thank you.
But I was thinking you were talking about, excuse me, Madam
No,
Chair,
no,
the
you're great.
informal observation.
Yeah.
Sorry, I turned it off instead of on. I was trying to clarify the question you were asking. Currently, there is language around with the formal as to when the written response or conference should take place.
No, it's just the meeting. They have to have the meeting within 10 days, but there could be, based on this, but there could be an option to receive that written feedback prior to that 10-day window meeting.
I'm hearing you. I think I just interpret that a little bit differently. If it says 10 days, you don't have to wait 10 days. It's just by 10 days as the outside limit of when it can occur.
That's right. And
So I think in many cases, it might occur sooner.
That's right. And that is something that we did not shift from current PBS, maintaining the 10 days.
Yeah, I think when you put stuff in policy, right, you don't want to pigeonhole yourself that's going to make things difficult. Without a doubt, you want it within 2 or 3 days, right? But sometimes when a teacher is off to have the post-conference, and if they're out the next day, like, there's just a lot of things that then all of a sudden, oh, you got to redo the whole thing because we've kind of shortened up the time frame. But yes, we have to make the best practice aligned to exactly what you're saying, because it is around student impact and it is around changing practice for the better. So I think that, you know, I mean, Mark has given very good examples about how he's worked within his network, and other ILEDs do the same thing, but we have to drive that home as to what the best practice is, which might be a little bit different than a little bit of leeway we have to give ourselves in the policy because of what real life is like in a school.
Commissioner Frank and then Commissioner Richardson.
I do.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to lose sight of if we have to go as far out as 10 days. I thought I heard Commissioner McFadden say something like, could there be a quick, this is what I saw, even if it's verbal, right? So that a teacher isn't waiting 10 days. I mean, to your point, that's worst case scenario, but so that a teacher can get some more immediate feedback, and then 10 days later, we can have more drilled down conversation about it.
I'm sorry, I've been very disciplined. I just want to say that when a teacher gets observed, like I know that we're sifting through formal, announced, formal, unannounced, informal. The basic philosophy of the district, so let me just put this out there so there's no confusion, is that while we are teasing through that, the ultimate goal is that whenever anyone is observed, they should get some feedback. So when I walk as the head of this district, when I walk and I go into classrooms, whether it is with a chief, whether it is with an ILED, whether it is with a principal, my expectation is that somehow, even if I don't have time to give the feedback, now some teachers who are bold, and I mean in a good way, will say, so Dr. S., what did you think when you were in here, right? To me, that is just a courtesy, in the same way that when people come to visit the district, in the same way that when I have other soups or interns who spend a day shadowing with me, I plan, and I'm just saying what I do as the model, just so that we're all clear. Like I said, we're going to tease through, we think different things, whatever, but the foundational piece is, if you are being observed, you should receive some kind of feedback. Now, I will tell you, there were times I gave it on a sticky, because I'm not real good with forms. I hate forms. I hated them as a teacher, hated them as a school leader, and I hate them as a CEO. I don't like them. But I'll tell you one thing, I'll leave a sticky in a minute. So I just want to just set out there that what we're moving towards, as imperfectly, with different opinions here, with the need to do that, should be a baseline that when you are observed, you receive some kind of feedback. And whether it is I do it as Mr. ATN shared, I do it with a phone call. So I don't have time for stickies anymore, so ILEDs know, and John knows, and teaching and learning team knows, and SELs know, and everybody else in here knows. And somebody stand up if that's not the case. You will get a call or a text or an email from me. And that's the expectation. Like, I'm not going to go in, ruminate on something, and not give feedback. And actually, oftentimes, what I model is, if I'm hot about something that I have seen, I actually prefer not to give the immediate feedback, because I want to check in to make sure that my context is right, that I'm not just blowing on an incidental observation that I've seen. And so oftentimes it might feel like an accountability call, and I understand Mr. Etienne and his colleagues may feel like it's an accountability call, but oftentimes it's like, this is what I saw. Tell me where I might be off, because this is I was feeling some kind of way.
when I was walking, and while they won't admit it publicly, there are times they call me down because they've given me the context, because they've done that. So I just want to kind of set that the expectation is when you get observed, you should get some kind of feedback. And what irritates me, which is the push, regardless of where we come out on the policy, is when teachers tell me, and we heard some of that tonight, we've heard it's one of the themes, that it shouldn't be you go a year. I don't care whether it's announced, unannounced, I mean, we're going to work all that out. You should not go a year teaching in a classroom and have no one give you feedback on your practice, whether it's on a sticky, whether it's a 30-second conversation, or whether it's formal, informal, announced, or not announced. And I'm not trying to make light of what is a truly, a true felt need, but I do need to set that as benchmark. Because I find it disrespectful for somebody to walk through a room with a clipboard. I didn't like it as a teacher. I didn't like it as a school leader. I didn't like it when I was supervising schools. And I don't like it as a CEO. For somebody to walk in and scribe or peek in, grimace, and I have absolutely no idea what the heck that's supposed to mean. So that, for all of this, I just want to set that is baseline.
That you are mentioning that, and we have to make sure that that is translated throughout the district.
And if I could just add in, I appreciate that allows us, that leadership and that ideology moving through allows us to lean into vulnerability and a growth mindset. And we can use this as we move forward with equity work, because we can't have courageous conversations around race if we can't have courageous conversations around job performance.
Commissioner, that was the question you had?
It was,
Okay.
and I'm just hoping that there are principals that are hearing this, because from all of the presentations earlier from the teachers with BTU, I kind of think, Dr. S., that maybe that's not happening everywhere. And so I think that should be you said it's the expectation, so I'm hoping principals hear that tonight.
Commissioner Frank?
Well, first I'll say, Dr. Santalisa, I made a note not to bring a clipboard to your evaluation, so I won't be doing that.
Yes, for everybody knowing, this is CEO evaluation cycle. Mine are all unannounced.
We'll just do Post-its,
all the
time. So, do I pronounce the name ATN? ATM? I think you said it's not possible to get to 100% consensus, but if we believe, sorry.
He said it and I
quoted
support
the
it.
wrong person. You nodded. What Commissioner Reed said earlier is, we've got, if we believe the statistics and the surveys, we have 100% of teachers who voted against it, although we don't know what the question was put before the teachers. We don't know if it was nuanced. We don't know if it included any of these responses. And then we have 100% of the principals in favor. So we're not talking about 100% consensus here. We're talking about quite a divide. And I'm not sure what to do about it. I just want to back up from all the data that we've gotten and that we're likely to hear about over the next few weeks. We're making this change. We're proposing this change because something isn't working. The district believes, you believe, something isn't working. And this change will address that. In the sort of most simplest way, what is it that this is proposed to fix?
I think that there might be some perspectives here. What I would say to answer that question as simply as possible, we believe it is reasonable and important that evaluations reflect regular practice. And we have heard from teachers and principals that the protocols we have put in place since 2003 are not getting us necessarily to a reflection of daily practice in our teacher evaluations.
Let's help. Anyone else?
I would add to that, just an extension of what Jesse said, that it is a big commitment in terms of time and effort and all that goes into an observation on both the side of the observer and the teacher being observed. And we want that time to actually be about authentic practice. Otherwise, we're going through the motions on both sides of something that doesn't actually tell us anything about the performance at that point in time.
You know, oftentimes when there's disagreements like this, people set the substance aside and talk about the process, and they want to argue about the process. And so I want to ask you, and you talked about how this has been kind of in the works for years, you've been getting input. The actual proposal to change this, to make this change so that unscheduled visits become part of the formal evaluation, when was that presented to the public, to the teachers, to the community?
I think there's a slide in here with
I'm looking
the
at slide
initial
7, maybe?
Yeah, like initial conversations about the interests of creating a new evaluations policy happened as you see there. So, you know, in response to some conversation from BTU after the policy committee, you know, we shared this really started with respect to BTU on March 8th when we met with the previous BTU president and the chief negotiator for the BTU. And then you see for others when those conversations began.
There's no standard to measure this against, and I'm not expressing a judgment, but 4 months doesn't sound like a lot of time for this to be socialized through the community, through teachers, principals, the board, parents. So can you talk about that? In your experience, something like this, how you know, we heard some testimony that processes like this were more inclusive of teachers, and they sort of went back and spent a year maybe on something like this. And look, I know that those criticisms are sometimes an effort to try to derail a conversation, but 4 months, you know, here we are with this change, which appears to be significant to the teachers. So can you talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, others can certainly add to this, but I would say, I mean, from the time that the conversation began until the time that this would be communicated, if this is approved at the late August meeting, would then be roughly 6 months. And it's actually, that's longer than what the process is for a board policy development and approval. So perhaps we are too tied to the board development and approval process, but that's the sort of the frame by which through which we entered this.
What I would say to that is two things. First, the policy itself isn't going to have the most significant impact. It's a tool to add to a toolkit that I think will engage principals and teachers in a better way of developing capacity to move student achievement. The second thing is, when I think about how much time, I think about students first. And I think that looking at our data most recently, not just our student achievement data, but our climate data, teacher retention data, this is the type of conversation that I think is a tremendous opportunity for all. And to belabor it, I think really disserves our students. So my reaction to the question is, our students can't wait. And I think that it is more so an opportunity for development than it is an opportunity for punishment. The answer lies in the hands of those that use it, which is a tremendous pressure, I think, on us and those we represent at this table for development and training and norming so that we get it right.
Okay,
Yeah, but it's not a service to our students if we have upset and disgruntled teachers either over a policy. You know, you got to balance this.
Okay. Commissioner Frank, you have another, Commissioner Lynn also has a question.
I'll be very quick, Board Chair. Is a observer or a principal, vice principal, are they allowed to come in with the mindset that they are going to have a informal observation and then decide in the middle of it that they would like to have a formal observation? Is that allowed or no?
That's a great question. We have not set bounds, and I actually don't know how for sure if someone were to come in and be like, I was intending for this to be informal, but now my schedule is freed up, or this is a great opportunity to look at teaching practice. So I think it would depend on the observer coming in. Thank you.
I think we should have boundaries around that. I do.
Yes, thank you. I think one thing I would be curious, and it could also be in some of the feedback we get afterward, just understand how to help ensure we put that in place. I hear snaps. It sounds like something that folks is resonating with them, and I don't know how to know for sure. like to legislate that someone's intent when they walked in to the classroom was informal or formal, and what may be appropriate, but I absolutely appreciate that call out. Thank you.
I would like to say that that the opposite could also occur, because I will just say, in my experience, I've had teachers say, when it's been an informal, that could this be used toward other things? So I would just add that's that could be another side. I would agree with you, though, that the intent should be given clearly at the beginning. I just want to say a couple of things, and I've waited. I'm just in terms of other people speaking. But since I think I'm the only person, and I think the other person who acknowledged being around as long as me has left at this point, I was actually here when we developed the current model that we are now discussing in 2003. To answer a couple of questions, the timeline was about the same in terms of the development piece of it. The participation in terms of trying to have all voices heard was pretty much the same in terms of hearings and feedback. And as with any new or adaptation to a policy, I mean, there are certain things that I'm used to hearing that you will hear. I find it interesting that I'm hearing the same things I heard in 2003, and now, 2003 sounds so wonderful. Where I do know that in those 16 years, it was mentioned this is 16 years, a lot has changed. A lot has changed around what we consider to be better, I'm not going to say best, but better practices in terms of what we do in classrooms. A lot has changed around the amount of accountability even that we're going to experience. And I really wanted to tie into that one, because some of what we did tonight involved receiving some additional resources. I am not going to sit here and say all the resources we need, but additional resources. And if you look at just what has been happening as we are anticipating coming up with a funding formula and other kinds of things that will come out of the recommendations from Kerwin, if they should actually come to full existence, accountability is going to be a very large part of that. And to the extent that we can be certain that we have developed a consistent and reliable way of holding ourselves as a system accountable, and that's at every level, I think it's to our benefit. Because if you look at how the resources, this first set were divvied out, we get a lion's share of it. And although I agree with the idea that we need to look at the challenges that our students have as young people that are living through lots of trauma and in poverty, in concentrations of poverty, we're really going to have to be able to show not only that we know what to do with the resources as we are trying to help our students improve, but that we are also being very mindful of how we're using them. So I just want to make certain that we're keeping that in mind, that this is in no way a way of not being fair to folks. I've lived both ends. I've lived all ends of this evaluation one at this point now. And so I do understand. I understand the importance of trust, but I also know that we must be able to say that we're doing a good job. And whether we want to tie it or not to student achievement, folks, we can't all be wonderful in our jobs if our young people are not succeeding. So I just think that that's a piece that we need to keep in mind. Any other comments? I want to thank you all. This was the first reader, and we come back again.
I believe it's August 27th.
I know. I will. I'll say that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Not at all. I believe second reader is August 27th.
Okay. So August 27th. Again, we will encourage folks who want to add to the feedback, comments, suggestions, recommendations. I think recommendations would be helpful as we're trying to sort of bridge the two ends that we've heard tonight, please feel free to send those in. And I think there's information on the slides as well as.
It's policy@bcps.k12.md.us.
Thank you. And we are encouraging that you do share that feedback with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next policy that we have with the first reader is the public charter schools policy. To help us with time, I'm going to ask my fellow board members if we can let's go through the presentation and then we'll do our questions at the end, if that's okay. And if you can give us the brief version. We have read the materials. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. I'm Angela Alvarez, the Executive Director of the Office of New Initiatives.
I'm sorry. I actually said that incorrectly. I was informed by folks that we really did our homework and that you were ready for us just to ask you questions if we had from the reading.
Yep.
Is that okay with you?
Yes, thank you. I just want to make sure we can put our name on the record.
Gotcha.
And I'm Lindsay Anderson. I'm a specialist in the Office of New Initiatives.
And just briefly for members of the public, we've done a public forum on this policy. It was presented at Teaching and Learning, which is also a public meeting. We've sent it out several times. We've had multiple sessions with operators, multiple sessions with the advisory board. We're actually bringing it back to our next advisory board meeting in August. We've sent it out via email multiple times to operators and school principals. So just want to make sure members of the public, since we're not going to go through it, are aware of all of that, all of those opportunities.
Yeah, I do just want to point out that, just for the public, that because it's the board's request to, move to questions, that there is a good amount of information that's still available that has been prepared. So I don't want it to be translated as that work did not occur. So I'm glad that you all are citing that.
Presentation of the policy meeting too, so I can just double down, confirm that they've done their work.
Just a question, Madam Chair. Is this first reader? So there'll be an opportunity to ultimately see this again and vote on it?
Yes.
We only have 2 readers, so I just want to remind the board that you can't skip this one based on the board's own policy, and then in the second reader, decide you have other questions. I just want to remind the board of its own policy.
Madam Chair, I apologize again. I feel this is a significant first reader policy about a large percentage of our schools. And whether it needs to happen tonight or can be deferred.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay. So we'll go through pretty quickly. Sorry. So on slides 2 and 3 is kind of summarizing the changes that we're proposing to make to the policy. So most of the changes are to be responsive to the state law. The state law changed in 2017. And so most of what you'll see are changes related to that, adding the ability for schools to request geographic attendance waivers, status for military schools, allowing preference for schools that are related, defining requirements for conversions. All of those come out of state policy. Additionally, there are other things that we wanted to clarify in the policy based on where we are, including giving longer terms for contracts, having process for automatic waivers, how we deal with complaints, ensuring equity is framed within the policy. So that's kind of my quick and dirty summary of the changes.
And as we mentioned, we've done quite a bit of engagement around the policy. So we've met with our charter and operator-led schools advisory board on the policy a few times. We've presented to PCAB and a couple times in CCAC. We've done a couple sessions with charter operators and then the board public forum also. And as Angela mentioned, we've gotten written feedback via email. We've sent out several iterations to continue to get feedback from our stakeholders.
And we'll continue to do so until the board votes on it. One of the first things that we wanted to make sure is that the policy addressed, we have a new equity policy, and we wanted to make sure that the upfront address equity. Stakeholders agreed that that was important. We never got kind of really like any feedback around specific language that stakeholders would like to see in the policy. So we borrowed from the equity policy and from other conversations we've been having with operators. And so suggest the language in purple to be added. So the language in black is current language. And so the purple language reflects what we would add to reflect a stance around policy. Basically, the middle paragraph starts about respecting the autonomy and flexibility of charter schools and their ability to develop instructional operational strategies that accelerate improvement. And then from equity, what we've added is that such strategies shall embody the goals articulated in the board's equity policy and include practices that seek to disrupt and eliminate systemic inequities, honor cultures and experiences and the humanity of students, families, and community, ensure access and representation in academic programming, and build staff capacity for equity-based teaching and learning. That comes straight from the equity policy. Additionally, in the policy standards, we made clear that when we're looking at the metrics and performance of charter schools, that we're looking at support for the achievement of all student groups. So those are the two major kind of recommendations to embody equity within the upfront of the policy standards.
So as Angela mentioned, a lot of the changes that we're making to the policy are just to reflect updates in the Maryland Charter School Law. So including, schools have the option of adding a board-approved geographic attendance area for up to 35% of their available space. That has income requirements. There are other priority statuses that charter schools can give, based on board approval. So students that are economically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, students with limited English proficiency, or homeless students. Other changes that reflect the Maryland charter law, a charter school may provide placement of up to 35% of available space to a sister school operated by the same operator. Those need to be in an academic sequence, so from a K-8 to a high school or from an elementary school to a middle school, a school can provide up to 35% of available space if a student attended sister school. And then it also outlines standards for conversion charter schools.
And in terms of feedback from stakeholders, people just agree, like there's not much disagreement because it comes straight from the state law.
We also edited the contract terms for operators, so we're suggesting adding a longer contract term for successful operators or successful charter schools that have had 3 or more 5-year renewals that have only been effective and highly effective in each of the 3 key areas and have not had any issues with subgroups. We also are suggesting considering making 3-year terms the minimum term for a conditional renewal. Stakeholders agreed with creating these longer terms. They were supportive of that. Some stakeholders were concerned that having the minimum of a conditional renewal be 3 years would imply that a 3-year renewal becomes conditional automatically. So we did update the language in the policy to differentiate, to spell out that there is a 3-year renewal with conditions, a 5-year renewal, an 8-year renewal, or a non-renewal.
We've also added just some more, made sure the policy specifies areas where schools can get automatic waivers that are kind of part and parcel to charter schools. Again, we haven't gotten any specific feedback on needing to add specific other policies that people are not seeing that should be here, or disagreement with what we're suggesting should be automatic. The policy also kind of defines the accountability letters that we send to schools when there are issues with not complying with a contractual or district or state requirements. So it just defines those terms. We've also updated language to make it more consistent with how we use renewal today. In terms of the remand process, we've left it pretty standard in saying that if the state board remands it back to the board, it's with the board. So this is when I am expecting to get some pushback from like the advisory board. And the advisory board very much wants to have a role in the remand, with the feedback I'm getting from leadership and just thinking in terms of like from a legal process, we kind of want to maintain the authority of the board to make a decision on our remand. And there's also timing concerns with we have to go back all the way to the beginning of the process. And remember, the role of the advisory board is to be advisory to the CEO. Once the board has decided, it's beyond the CEO. It's already come to this body. So that's what we're trying to balance is the timing and actually protecting the authority of the board in deciding on a remand.
We also made some updates to the roles and responsibilities of the Charter and Operator-Led Schools Advisory Board. So defining membership by an organization rather than an individual, defining 3-year terms for individuals with no term limits for organizations. It's co-chaired by community members and staff members. And we also outlined the advisory board role in renewal and application processes. And our stakeholders agreed with and helped develop these changes. We also added guidance on ethics and avoidance of conflict of interest for the advisory board. And again, this was something that we developed in consultation with the advisory board, and they agreed on the need for this.
And then finally, we've just clarified, I think there are other policies that were confusing, how parent complaints are handled with charter schools to ensure that the role of the operator is specified in our policy, which is different than how it works in a traditional school. And our current policy doesn't really contemplate charter, so we wanted to specify it here in a really clear way. And then the last thing is just the list of advisory board members. Some feedback we've gotten is about diversifying that group a bit. So that's something that we need to think about. We've done a lot to add members to the advisory board, but that's not to say there's more that we can do. So that's some feedback that we've gotten. And that is everything.
Commissioner Hassan, then Commissioner Frank, I think I have.
So my question briefly is on the regulations on page 4, number 3. It says the change in language is the members of the Charter and Operator-Led School Advisory Board appointed by the CEO. Is that part of the state law, that it's appointed by the CEO? Or would it make sense to ensure consistency across administrations and that board priorities are the ones that go that it's appointed by the board chair or appointed by the CEO and approved by the board chair or the board?
And you're referring to the membership of the advisory board?
Of the advisory board itself.
So the advisory board is something that, as a district that we have, that's not something that exists in other LEAs in the state.
Mm-hmm.
It's a strength of this, of our system. So it's not a state requirement.
Okay, so my question though, as we have it right now, it's appointed solely by the CEO.
Correct.
And so if we have a CEO transition and change, a new CEO comes in, do they get to put a whole new advisory board together? Or should there be some consistency of that advisory board in that they're appointed by the board?
I don't know that, I mean, the board membership changes too, so I don't know that that addresses your
the consistency.
concern.
I agree, and I think it's advisory to the CEO, so I think it should be people who that the
But it's
CEO has
advising on the
identified.
board priorities of the portfolio to the CEO.
It's advising on decisions on specific renewal decisions or new applications to the CEO. Is the CEO decision, it's so the CEO then makes recommendations to the board, and the board, if the CEO is not taking advice appropriately or not appointing the right people, the CEO should be held accountable for that. But it should be the CEO's advisory board that they're appointing because the recommendations are coming to the CEO.
Okay.
One question, I think when, in one case, when the state board remanded a charter application back to us, they stated something like, we have some obligation to help charter applicants. Can you speak to that? And whether that's?
Yeah. It's funny, we do a lot, we do help applicants. So I want to draw a distinction between helping applicants and writing someone's application for them. And so we do technical assistance with applicants. Applicants come to our office and ask all sorts of questions. We meet with them frequently. They're able to review applications. We refer them to organizations that help people write applications. Our rubric is published, our questions are published. So we provide a lot of guidance and assistance to applicants. We include operators who have recently gone through the process when we do the technical assistance session, so they can talk to people who've actually just recently written an application. So we do a lot to help applicants. What we want to be careful of, because we're going through a process where you're making a decision, is understanding whether or not an entity can actually deliver an application. And so being very careful about being really clear in the feedback without actually providing too much where it becomes gray, whether or not the person can deliver on what they're promising.
My other question is, I was just looking at the advisory board list, and I'm curious, does that result in a diversity of individuals who are actually representing those organizations?
Yeah, the members are pretty diverse. I think where we have a gap is we don't really have Latino membership on the advisory board. That is something we had in the past tried to recruit around. I think we need to do some recruiting in that area, especially as that's a growing sector of our population and of our city. So I feel like that's a group that we don't have a representative, or even just like immigrant groups in general.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. I think we would say the same thing if anyone wants to have any other feedback. Same contact numbers, and we will have the next reader. You're on the August agenda also.
Yes.
August 27th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have them in writing? Yes. Since this is July and many of our committees are scheduled to be meeting, we're going to have if a committee did meet, we're going to ask that they submit their report in writing, and we'll be certain that it's posted on board docs for anyone who would like to read that, but we're not going to do committee reports tonight. And just a reminder of upcoming meetings as we talk about committees. The Teaching and Learning Committee will be meeting in this room on August the 6th, 3:30 p.m. Operations Committee meets on August the 20th in this boardroom at 10:30 a.m. Policy Committee is also on August the 20th, 3:30, same room. Our next session for the board itself, executive, as well as our public meeting will be on Tuesday, August the 27th, 3 p.m. for the executive session and 5 p.m. for the public session. And the Parent Advisory Committee, did they announce the actual meeting date? I don't think that was announced yet.
No,
So
we didn't receive
that
it.
will be, that's to be determined, but please check the website and they will have that posted. Is there anything else? If not, I am open for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay. By consensus, we are adjourned. Thank you.